This conference will now be recorded.
I'll go ahead and call the special meeting of the Airport Advisory Board for June 13, 2024 to order and ask Vice Chairman Tu to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item on the agenda is the approval of the March 13, 2024 minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes? I should also mention, for those of you that don't know Councilmember Cheatwood, he's joining us today because Scott Phillips was not able to attend, and I believe he's the alternate for the Airport Advisory Board. So this is his first time joining us. So thank you for coming to a very, calm and, no item on the agenda meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as written.
Second?
Second.
All right. Motion with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the public comments. So public comments are open to any item that is not otherwise on the agenda. We'd ask that you please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please come forward to the lectern, state your name, where you live, and address the board.
Hi, I'm Matthew Zurenberg. I'm a teacher at Wasatch High School. I'm an ag teacher there. I've been talking with Travis Biggs about doing a small chucker pen at the airport to raise chuckers for scholarships for students. So the students would actually be the ones raising them. We have a few spots where we can kind of show you the position where we've talked about doing that. Is there anything else, Travis? Okay, we'll just kind of show you that. Yep. So it's going to say share screen, right? Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm showing up in the corner right there, Matthew Zurenberg, yep. MZ, you're on it right there. For some reason it's not showing. Let's see. It should show here. So this is the area of the airport right there. There's a 19-acre parcel of field that's being unused. We know it's going to be used in the future. Talking to Travis, but at this point it's not. I can zoom in if needed. So this is what it looks like right now. It has a high fence along the backside of the businesses. It's right there past the gate, kind of on the northeast side. So what we are hoping to do is put a pen that looks something like this. It'll have netting so the birds can fly. It'll have paneling so things can't come in and look in. It'll be metal paneling around the outside. The whole thing is movable. There will be no permanent fixtures in the ground. So it goes off of concrete blocks to hold it in place with guy wires coming up over posts. There would be holes dug at each of those posts. That would be the only disturbance to the property there. So.
Can you go back to the site diagram there?
The location?
Yeah, the location.
Yeah. So, and there's another picture right here. So this is that field, and we take up that one corner right there. What we're looking to propose is a minimum of 5 years is kind of what we're thinking would work. And we would propose a small lease that we would negotiate with you guys to figure that out. Again, all the proceeds and goes straight to high school students that were working on the project for their scholarships. We figure in calculating it, we figured we'd be able to do about $20,000 in scholarships for our high school students with this project. So that's annually.
Okay. Are there questions from the board?
Now, I know balloons are oftentimes launched in that field. How, would that be an issue for you?
It shouldn't be an issue. This is a very small area. It's 120 feet by 60 feet.
How does it compare to the
Square.
size of this room?
About 4 times the size of this room.
Didn't seem like the height was very.
It's not very high. They're only about 12 to 15 feet high is total.
So is the proposal a lease with the city to lease that land?
To lease that one little area, not that whole piece.
Sure. The only thing I'd bring up is whether you run into any problems with grant insurances to lease it to non-aeronautical purposes.
No,
Okay.
we can do that. I just want to make sure you guys are okay with it. They actually did a project before where they raised chickens for the back. They did their own LLC and did it all. Didn't seem to cause any issues. I was more worried about, if the birds are getting out and flying around, obviously that would be a concern. So,
We get hungry.
yeah. So the CAP students actually do a lot of projects at the airport. I try to have them do a lot of things, but this is a little more permanent. And so we just wanted to make sure that you guys, how you feel about it. Because we definitely don't have to do it. We're not going to be using that space. The balloons are way on the other side of the field. They don't even take up half of it. So.
So I think it's great that we can support the local high school, and I think the scholarships and all of that is great. I know that on our master plan, we have that space designated for certain activities, and there's the possibility that we may be able to, need that prior to 5 years expiring. So, I mean, if we were to enter into a lease, I would think it would need to have some,
Yeah,
kind of
it
covenants
would be
that-
written in there that at any point, even if it's 8 months down the road, they need to go.
Yeah.
They understand that.
Yeah, we do. And that's why we've designed it to be movable. So everything, there's no concrete put in the ground. There's nothing that way.
How far from taxiways are you?
they're behind.
This is
Lumps.
right
Back
through,
corner?
right through gate 2, right when you go through the gate, it's right
just right
there.
Way far from the taxi.
Quite a
It's
ways,
nowhere
okay.
close.
So-
And as
so
I
the one-
recall, chuckers are mighty tasty, right?
How many
They are.
people would have, I guess, and this is kind of a topic that we're going to be addressing later today, right? Which is how many people would need access to the airport? I mean, one of the things that we've tried to do is, I mean, the airport is a somewhat secure environment.
It would be myself and then probably 2 other students that would run the whole
Okay,
operation.
Okay.
Yeah, so
it
it's
wouldn't
not
be
bringing,
it wouldn't
it's
be
not
like a
bringing
whole
classes
class
over. It's
or
not
thing
doing
like that. Okay.
things like that. No.
And we don't think that would produce any, I guess, not that it really matters, but, smells or other things that would be detrimental.
We'd be able to, the way we've designed it, we'd be able to go in and clean it out between each season. So.
And if you guys ever have an issue with it, we can move it or take it out.
We also, we raise chuckers right at the high school campus. We've raised 600 chuckers right there. But it's a rotating system, and there's never been any complaints or smells with that. So this actually gives us more space for the birds as well.
So whereas a temporary, would it be something you guys were to remove when it comes to that time, or?
Yeah,
is that
we would
something
take
you guys
care of removing
Pull
it.
that out?
Yep.
All right.
So
3 minutes.
I don't think we can take any actions on anything here because it wasn't actually on the agenda, but, perhaps you can take everybody's kind of interest, Travis, and then,
Yeah, we're just making sure if any of you have any problem with it, let me know.
and I assume that we'd maybe, whatever the legal fees were to set it up, since I assume there'd be a de minimis amount of rent. Would we be charging something like what we charge the farmland for rent on that?
Yeah.
So just as long
I
as,
mean, we don't have to because it's a school. So I'm like, Nadim donates, I don't know how much to scholarships every year. We don't have to charge them anything. We're going to because that's what we're discussing tonight. And that's kind of what they've said is, hey, we don't mind doing it.
I think
Anyway.
we donate to the scholarships as well. I think that's great. Just don't want to run into Nadim's point with grant assurances, right?
So maybe, is it possible to just donate it as opposed to charging rent?
Yeah.
I would favor that. I mean, it's a school, and I think,
Sounds great to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Because we talked about like, let's see how it goes. If you make lots of money, you can donate a percentage, but I'm with you. Like, it's the
So
kids.
this is
you
100.
don't have an issue with, non-aeronautical use of airport land, you just donate it.
it's not being used right now. It's not
I
being
know, but
used.
it's like Wing Point, when they did the golf course in Salt Lake and somebody made a fuss about it because they were collecting rents off of that. And
But if it's not being used and we don't collect rent, then it doesn't rate, it's a different use than an empty field right now.
sure, but still, if it can be donated, it's probably.
Nonprofit, it's a nonprofit, so you
Yeah.
can do it.
Is there anybody that has an issue with it? Okay, is that what you needed, Travis?
That's all I needed. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much. Thanks for your
Thank
time.
you, good luck. Are there any other public comments? All right, well, I think we only have one item on our agenda, which is the rates and charges policy. So what I'd like to do is allow Kurt to come up and, do you have more? Matt, one more? Oh, yep, okay, we'll go back.
Sorry I'm late, everybody.
Oh, no problem. Just if
Here
you
on
could state your name and,
Todd Hoon, I'm on behalf of Quant Aviation Services. At the hangar, we understand that there's excuse me, a little construction project going on in front of the hangar where the taxiway will be pulled up and redone. We just want to know when that may take place and what that may look like.
which hangar are you in?
2 Daniels,
Right next to.
right beside OK3.
Like the first,
Okay.
the left 100 by 100 as you come in my gate. Reggie Probst. and all those guys. It's right next to Nadine's first hangar.
Okay, and so,
So
Yeah, so
Mel McCory is going to be building his hangar next to Reggie's. And then part of that deal is he's going to widen the taxiway. We waited till Nadim's project so that we make sure we're not causing problems with that. So there's going to be a time when they can't use their hangar.
yeah,
that what you're saying?
basically, yeah. Just kind of want to see what that's going to look like for us as far as ramp charges and how long it may take and when it may take place.
I don't know. I mean, that's not something that would be in the purview here. That'd probably be, kind of dependent upon your lease, being able to have access to the facility. And then you just need to work with whoever's doing the construction to either mitigate or otherwise provide access or compensate you for not allowing you to use your hangar. I would guess. I don't know. I mean,
That's just going to
something
be,
that
I would
we,
assume, a couple months without having access to the hangars, so the airplanes will never be sitting on the ramp. And we're okay, supporting OK3, but we just wonder if all those charges will fall under our shoulders or if we will get some support on behalf of the city or whoever's doing the construction.
I
The
don't
other
think,
question,
yeah, I don't think that'd be something that at least the Airport Advisory Board would probably have under their purview.
fair enough. The other question was, we're kind of outgrowing our hangar a little bit, and we've got a lot of equipment in there to support our airplanes. And it's becoming an issue where our wings are almost contacting them. We would like to build an extension on our hangar. We're not quite at a point where we can do that just yet. So we wanted to see, and we looked in our lease about the possibility of having a container, like a Connex container placed beside the hangar to use for storage in the meantime until we can accomplish an addition on the hangar. I didn't see anything in the land lease that prevented us from doing that, but we wanted to make sure you guys are okay with it before we proceed.
I mean, do you have enough leasehold around your hangar to be able to do that, or is that on land that's not yours? Because I think most hangars have a 10-foot,
10 feet, I think.
10 feet from the,
They have enough room between it. The concern that I had is if they built out on Mel's side, then that would make the buildings too close. Then you got to add firewalls and all that stuff. So they're just wondering if they can put one of those.
Yeah,
metal
20 by
boxes.
10 Connex container is easily accessible for us.
10 or 8 feet wide.
They're typically 8 feet wide. Is it 10?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that.
I've
sir,
never
to be
seen a
honest with you.
10.
Maybe it is 8 foot wide.
Yeah,
I think the containers are all 8 foot, but I
yeah,
mean, I think I think,
yeah.
yeah. So I think your lease would allow you to do that. I certainly don't have a problem with that. Full disclosure, I've got a bunch of, land leased, and we're probably going to place a container on there to store some stuff until we have another hangar that's built.
It'd just be helpful for us to keep from having hangar rash with the big aircraft we're putting in.
The only thing I would, say, and it's obviously not the position of the board, is, you might want to talk to the adjoining hangar and make sure that, they understand, because, I think you're supposed to keep 10 feet on either side of your hangar. So everybody kind of has, the ability to go between the hangars. So if you have a good relationship with your hangar, next door hangar.
On one side's OK3, and we have a good relationship with them, I feel. The other side, we have nobody, so the south side would be better, but people will see it from the roads. I didn't know if it was an aesthetic thing that you guys would rather not be out there, but
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the airport rules and regs have some language about, things outside hangars. So I would just say, look at that and see what the language in that says.
So it says in 8.2.1 says any alteration or improvements should comply with the airport layout plan and your guys' contracts over there. It has section 5 and 7 say leasing may make improvements on the premises as long as it is used for storage of aviation related equipment. So there's nothing specifically saying they can't.
And that's a construction.
We just want to make sure though, I mean, are you guys good with, I mean, if they do it and you do it, anybody else that can do it's going to want to do it. So
I think it's site specific, right? If you have space and you can do that. Like, I know on my current hangar, I couldn't do that because I have a fire hydrant there, right? So there's no physical way to put it in there. It would block fire code and do all sorts of things there. So
I would say probably the most helpful thing to you, Travis, is just to submit what you want to do and just have Travis verify that it's, copacetic with all requirements. I mean,
it's not breaking anything, so I just want to make sure you guys.
just make sure you're not setting a precedent that may be problematic, or just make sure that the language and the various regs are, can accommodate that.
there's a lot of,
I don't think we know specifically what those all say, right? I mean, that's more probably your purview.
there's a lot of portable structures that exist at the airport right now. And so this is a portable, non-permanent structure. So
we just want to make sure we're not upsetting anybody out there. We're trying to keep
anybody on the board that has a problem with what he's proposing?
No, one quick question though. Is it something, if there was a problem, can you put it on the back side of the?
Yes, I guess we could, but from the way I understand it with our land lease, we do not lease that particular section of the land. So that would be an issue as far as I would think, but.
They probably could, I mean, they've got at least 10 feet. They probably could, but it makes more sense on the side.
In the wintertime, it'd be very difficult for us to gain access if that was the case, but, okay.
I think the general consensus is work with Travis to make sure he's fine, but we don't have a problem with it from our position.
Sounds good.
As a suggestion, having used a lot of containers in the past, I'd make sure when you buy one or lease one, that it's something that holds water, because it's going to take a lot of water coming off the side of that building.
Very true.
And some of them don't hold water as well as others. So I'd make sure that's a condition when you buy that one. It's going to be covered in ice part of the year.
Okay. And then one more question, and I'll give you guys back the table here. With regards to adding onto our hangar, I understand that there's a process to go through the city. There's steps that Travis has made me aware of. We have no problem going about that way to pay for the meeting with the engineers and everything, but is there a certain section on the hangar where we can build onto versus where we wouldn't be able to? Is this something that can only happen on the indoors of the hangar? Or can we extend the south or north side by that 10 feet, maybe for a permanent storage solution for us in the future?
So
Yeah.
The board here really doesn't have an opinion on that.
Okay.
I would reach out to Jamie in planning and ask him what the side yard setbacks would be. Are you thinking of putting it on the street side, I assume? Or on the
It
other
would
side?
probably be the best for us, because we like to have that space in between our hangar and OK3s, of course, and allows them to have that space as well. But before we went through the process of building designs and everything, I kind of wanted to have an idea of, what has happened in the past. I've never been through a process like this before, so this is the first time.
And I think both Jeff and I have been through the process fairly recently, and we approached Travis. We talked to Travis, and then ultimately he tied in a necessary city staff. And then, at least in both of our cases, staff created a report. It went to the city council. City council decided if it was something that they wanted to entertain or not. And from my perspective, I didn't engage in expensive engineering until I had the city council's approval to do it. But a couple things that you've got to be careful of is there's been a vast change in the building code since your hangars were built. So adding on to it, does that make you subject to to the new building code, such as firewalls that Jeff was talking about, as well as stormwater drainage, which is becoming something that we have to deal with on the airport, right? So any structure that's built on the airport right now, and Nadeem, I'm sure you're going through this as well. Hydromechanical separators. Every ounce of water that comes off the roof has to be treated and then stored. And so just stuff that Travis can work with you on.
We'll go talk to building inspector and fire department.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Anybody else we're expecting, Travis? No. Okay. So let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the rates and charges policy. I think what I'd like to do is I'm going to have Matt kind of introduce and take the reins here for a little bit till we get through a presentation. When we get through the presentation, I think it's important that we stop and we ask some questions about the study that was done, some of the assumptions, some of any questions that might be had about the study, and then the second part of the discussion, which is why you see the easels up here, is where we can kind of open it up to more of a free-form discussion with ideas, and Matt will lead that as well. So kind of bifurcated into two parts. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Airport Advisory Board. My name is Matt Brower, and I serve as the Heber City Manager. Tonight, my role, however, will be facilitator to help the conversation go smoothly tonight. Tonight's conversation is on the rates and fees study, which we sent to you earlier this week. Our goal is to review it with you, seeking your feedback, your ideas, and ultimately a recommendation that we'll take before the City Council when your review is complete. To assist in your discussion in the review, I've assembled a team this evening that will be available to answer questions and be of assistance. Let me take just a moment to introduce those team members. First to my left is Jeremy Cook, the Heber City Attorney. Behind me to my right is Kurt Castanga and Ryan Like. They are with Ecutech, and they are the drafters. They are the producers of the study that you received earlier this week. We also have Jeremy McAllister, who's with Audura. He's the official engineer of the airport. And of course, Travis Biggs, who serves as the airport manager. As I mentioned, my role tonight is going to be facilitator, and I want to share with you some tools, best practices I'm going to use to kind of keep the conversation moving forward and make sure that we don't get off track. The first tool I'm going to use is what I call a parking lot. If the conversation gets off track, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to grab that idea or that notion. I'm going to put it on the parking lot with a commitment to get back to it when we have time. Because our time tonight is focused on the rates and fees study. The second sticky note pad is entitled Action Register. I imagine there may be a few questions that come up tonight, a few inquiries that we may not have answers to. And so we're going to capture them there to make sure that we don't forget them, and we can follow up at your next meeting with answers to those very important questions. And then finally, the third one there is agreement. I'm going to capture the items within the study that you can agree on. The items that we no longer need to spend much time on. And so we can spend the time on maybe the more debatable or the more controversial items. And so if that's okay with you, I want to get your permission that I can use those tools. And if we get off track, I'm going to stop the group with Jason's help to make sure that we maximize our time. With the gavel, I think we can move forward nicely if that's okay with your permission. Okay. I personally have a hard stop time at 6 o'clock. I've got to MC the Heber Market on Main. But when I leave, Travis is going to step up and fill in without any gaps and keep you going. Because you can stay all night. You can stay as long as you want. And so we've got this room ready and set aside just for you. No? Okay. Well, just so you know, council usually goes 6 to 8 hours. So that's the average. So that's what we're kind of expect. I'm kidding. Lastly is some have asked, second thing is we sent you some information today. We've had numerous questions, inquiries. And our practice is when we have to generate information, we're going to send it to all of you. And so I hope that you've gotten the emails. It consists of the airport budget, it consists of the capital plan, it consisted of some financials. I hope you've all gotten that. That was sent out probably mid-morningish. And if you haven't, let us know. We'll get that email to you as soon as we possibly can. And finally, I want to address a question that has come up as to why don't we simply delay this conversation regarding rates and fees? Why don't we just push it down the road? And there's some things I want you to think about as to why this is a very important and timely conversation. The first is the city has not done a comprehensive rate study in a long time. And quite frankly, we have a duty to look at our rates and fees periodically to make sure that they're updated and reflective of current market practices. Secondly, as you know, we've completed the airport master plan, and that master plan has a very comprehensive and thorough and expensive capital program. We have seen here in the city inflationary increases of 2 to 3% per month over the last 2 or 3 years. The longer we wait, the more expensive things are going to get, and the more upward pressures on rates there's going to be. So we really can't afford to push these decisions down the roadway. And lastly, we have some legal obligations to make sure that our rates are fair, non-biased, and that we are constantly reviewing them to make sure that they are market. And so with that, I'm going to turn the time over, Mr. Chairman, to Kurt Castanga to come up and make some additional comments.
Thank you, Matt. Pleasure to be here tonight. Just some things I want to reiterate that in addition to what Matt said, this study was not coming to you to bring you recommendations or not to make recommendations at this point to the council. It was to come to you as stakeholders to get your feedback, to get your ideas and opinions on these ideas that have been presented. And so we really want your feedback tonight so we can go back. Certainly this body can go and make recommendations to the council as well. The other thing is that, and it's been said, we're working within I would call a few boxes. We have the box of the requirement for the airport to have a rates and fees review, and it's timely to do that with the peer airports that we used. The second thing is the fact that there is a capital improvement program that the master plan identified, and an expensive one, where that rates and fees program is really designed to generate revenues to help find your matching funds to be able to do that. And secondly, to make sure that we're operating within the confines of not only policy of FAA, but guidelines of FAA and state law, and as well the lease documents that exist today at the airport. So you have lease agreements, you have other agreements that are in place here that have references to rates and fees and when they can be adjusted. So we were working with all of those confines together. So this wasn't just purely a rates and fees study to establish rates. And then the last thing, it's, in discussions we've met with other stakeholders, met with the FBO, taking input in advance of me refining the document further to get your ideas again. But it is important that this rates and fees is for the airport. It's not for one user community. This is a diverse airport, diverse uses. The airport needs to be healthy for everyone. And so that was the way we looked at this. And so I think we're going to have some, I anticipate you guys are going to have ideas, spirited debate, ultimately to come out of this effort with a program that keeps Heber's airport financially healthy and self-sustainable for the long run. And so that's the intended goal. I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Like, who's going to go through the process. The last thing I kind of want to mention is the FAA has no real specific policy on rates and charges for general aviation airports. There's one sentence, and Ryan will refer to this, there's one sentence in the FAA guidance about general aviation airports. Most rates and fees methodology is for commercial service airports, and that's where most of their guidance documents lie. So we're doing this based on what we think are best practices. Again, taking your input and making the airport as financially self-sustainable as we can. So happy to take your feedback. Look forward to it. Ryan, if you want to take over.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. So I prepared a presentation that really summarizes the report that I believe we received on Monday. And just want to provide a little bit of context in terms of the study, what the goals of the study are, and really the assumptions that we used in running through the analysis to be able to look at what the different options are. Like Kurt said, we're not looking to make recommendations. We're just trying to provide information so that those that are making the decisions on the rates and charges later on have good information on what the impact of those decisions are going to be. So just starting off, this is actually our third trip back to the Airport Advisory Council, one every year essentially. Initially we started doing a report, taking a look at the airport and what it would cost to operate the airport without taking FAA funding. From that, we jumped into a report last year where we looked at what would be the cost of paying for those that airport capital improvement plan if there were no changes made, if essentially status quo. And then from that report, we were given direction from City Council to go back and take a look at what are the options then to go and increase funding to be able to cover the costs of the capital plan that Heber City's now adopted as part of the master plan. And one of the caveats I'll point out here too, in both the second study and this study, we're assuming that all of the capital projects and the airport layout plan and the airport capital improvement plan are completed at estimated costs. Obviously, that's a big assumption. If you've done any projects around airports, these things slip, right? And the costs that we're using are current day assumptions, estimated project costs, taken out of the future. And when you're looking at project costs 10 years in the future, that's twice what it probably costs today. So there's a lot of assumptions that go into the analysis that we did, and that's really the foundation of what we're trying to get to today, because changing those assumptions really changes significantly the outcome of the analysis. So just for context, right now the airport is self-sufficient in terms of the operating budget, but we're heading into a very substantial and long-term capital improvement plan. Over the next 15 years is the plan that Ardura has put together to implement what's on the airport layout plan. And so the current rates and charges that are coming in right now are not sufficient to cover that robust capital improvement project. Just to give you an idea here, Heber City is going to require $383,000 in sponsor participation for this next fiscal year starting July 1. That's the difference between the 1.7 million in capital projects that's forecasted and the 1.3 million that's coming in from federal and state grants to help cover those. So as Matt and Kurt said, this is not one where you have a lot of time to make decisions, and those are really the two levers in all of this. We really think about what are the rates and charges going to be, but that's only one of the two main levers. The other one is time, right? And time is what you have on your side at this point. The earlier you start collecting additional revenues, the more that's going to spread out the charges. So that if you delay this, essentially rates are going to have to go up to be able to generate the same amount of revenue. And as projects get delayed, those costs go up as well. So we do work at other airports where they've gotten behind the ball on capital plans, and you get to a position where the airport really can't catch up. You can't generate enough revenue to cover the capital costs that it will take to maintain the airfield. So that's a position you don't want to get into. That's a really good question.
Clients that do it, so what happens?
That's the discussion that we have is, okay, if you can't pay for this, then what do you do next? We haven't gotten to those yet, but there are some airports that are really struggling. I will say Heber is probably in the best position of any GA airport that we've looked at in terms of its ability to generate funds from the airport. You're in a really good position. It's just really difficult decisions that you have to make, right? Most airports, and we'll cover this, the primary sources of revenue are generally airport landing fees and fuel flowage fees. And when you have airports that are doing sometimes 100,000 gallons of fuel flowage, that 5-10 cents here is not going to make a big difference. We're talking about $5,000 or $10,000 a year, right? So you're really then dependent on ground rents, which are contractual. So even if you increase ground rents today, those kick in over time over the term of the lease. So again, even if you were to quadruple your ground rent rates, you're not going to see an immediate impact, right? So for most airports, those are really the only two options you have for significant revenue. Now we'll talk about other airport fees that are out there that you can take a look at, but the volume isn't really there to make a significant impact in generating revenue. Heber fortunately has landing fees, and that's really unusual for an airport this size. And that does provide options to be able to generate revenue for the airport. What we kind of propose is a cost recovery mechanism, right, to balance the budget. And I'll kind of get in the methodology that we use there. But just to give you an idea of the long-term scope of this, it's the capital projects are, I think I've got it up here, yeah. 98.5 million over the next 15 years is essentially the amount of capital investment that is going to go into the airport. Now that's a really big number, of which the FAA and the state both kick in a total of 95%. So the FAA will pay what's called AIP, Airport Improvement Projects. They'll pay 90% for small GA airports towards that capital plan. And in Utah, we have UDOT pitching in another 5%. So the sponsor's participation is what, 5% of cost.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Williams, but Councilmember Cheatwood, hasn't been in all of these meetings, so it would be maybe helpful if you could describe the UDOT funding mechanism, how that's done, what items they look at when distributing money.
Yeah, so the mechanism for UDOT funding is primarily through, I think there's a state fuel flowage fee and then also aircraft registration fees. So that's how they're taking their funds in. And then those are allocated generally based off of operations, but also a lot of it's discretionary as well as where the projects are.
So Aaron, so everybody that has an aircraft that's based at the airport pays a registration fee to the state that's based upon the value of that aircraft.
Right.
Okay.
We recently talked about this at the council too, because there was the push to try to get more people to register here so that we could get more of that funding.
And so when you register your airplane, you can say what airport you registered at, and that's the airport that gets that money. There's no legality that says which airport you choose. You do have to register in a state, as well as operations, which is takeoffs and landings.
And UDOT is kind of tracking it. They will look at the ADS-B transponder to see where the aircraft is primarily operating, but it's kind of on our system for the moment.
Well, but I mean, if you're in Utah and you register, that's satisfying the statute. But now with Vertower at our airport, they actually are getting accurate data on the number of takeoffs and landings. So operations and the amount of money that's coming in from the airport are a large factor.
And in doing a rates and charges study like this, that data is great. We'll present some of that. We're able to take a look at actual operations and the landed weight of each one of those aircraft to be able to determine what the impact would be on the different options. So we have really good information to be able to.
Bringing up stuff,
No, that's great.
Are we okay taking questions? Like, I don't want to derail your thing, but sometimes some numbers are getting thrown around that it's easier to get some basis for them beforehand, so we don't. Is it okay? Or
I'm fine with taking questions. If we start getting a little long, maybe I'll say let's save this for later. But to make it easy to I don't want you to not understand what we're talking about either.
No, but just some big picture questions. For example, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the city's matching percentage for federal grants is 4.68%, right?
Yep.
So how do you get to a number of $7.3 million?
Yeah, not every project's AFP eligible. So there are some where only the state, where the federal money doesn't kick in, and then the state picks up the full 90%. There are other projects where neither the feds or the state are going to kick in anything, and Heber has to pay the full 100%.
Okay, so when you're looking at the various documents, there seems to be some discrepancies in terms of some of the projections. Of course, you're projecting the future. But when I look at a number of 7.3%,
7.3 million.
Sorry, 7.3 million. I mean, that's almost a $150 million project overall. If you're looking at it in terms of what the city's percentage is, I just wonder how do you get that? I've never seen the number $7.3 million as matching.
Yeah.
Grant. Where does that come from?
I'll cover that. So that's the 2024 ACIP that are produced. The total cost is 98.5 million. When you look at the AIP eligible projects from the FAA, and then the states either 5% match for those federal projects or 90% of the state funded projects, what's left is at 7.3 million. And there are some projects, and Jeremy does a great job of the ACIP. It sounds like it was provided to the council members. I know it was just today. You'll see on that, it's essentially one large page. The top projects are the federally funded projects. That's where Heber's match is 4.68%. Then there's a middle section of state-funded projects where UDOT's covering 90%. The sponsor's participation, Heber's cost, is 10%. And that bottom part is where Heber's got to pay 100% because there's no match for anybody.
So is there a document that shows all that? Because I mean, the master plan, I think, projects like 4.6 to 5.2 million if you do everything, which may or may not happen. But is there any document that supports the 7.3 million that has both the federal and the state and what that is?
So that's when I say the ACIP, that's the Airport Capital Improvement Plan. So that's a product of the master plan. It sounds like that was provided to you guys today. I don't know if you had a chance to look through it or not.
I've looked at all the documents. I've never seen anything that supports 7.3.
Kareem's saying there is that didn't make sense either, right? Because, all of the projects that we should be doing with the master plan, at least what we talked about as
Yeah.
AAB, and I think what was presented to council and the community was there was federal and state match with that. So it's kind of interesting to hear that may
Yeah,
not be.
if you look at the report, I know I provided the tables. So I broke out both the 2024 cost and then the estimated cost at the time of implementation. I want to say it's just underneath the landing fee section, you'll see 3 tables. It kind of breaks across the page. So probably around the middle of the document, we'll be able to find those breakdowns there.
But I mean, not to beat a dead horse, but if you go to the master plan and you look at the development plan cost estimates,
Yep.
they break it down by FAA, Utah, Heber percentage. It doesn't come anywhere close to that number.
Jeremy, were there differences between the master plan and the ACIP in 2024?
So the to answer that question, I don't know where 7.3 directly comes from. Most of mine are right around the 5 million, including the ACIP. Now I can tell you things like land acquisition costs and environmental, the environmental costs escalate in addition to the construction costs. So we do an ACIP annually. So the cost estimates that you're seeing in the master plan are a reflection probably of 2022. When we do the ACIP here in 2 months, it'll be for 2025. So there will be an increase. I would say there's about 2 million there that I don't have an answer for you on. I'm not sure. But to kind of unpack a little bit what Chairman Talley commented on, there are parts of the airport that are ineligible for federal and state funding. For example, taxi lanes out in front of hangars. They're not supported by state and federal money. So when we do pavement preservation, the FAA covers the runway, covers the connectors. The state will help cover taxiways and aprons, but taxi lanes leading to private hangars are not eligible. And so those are 100% borne by the sponsor, which were included in these estimates. Now, oftentimes they either don't do those or they'll share that cost with those hangar owners, such things of that nature. But that would be an example of a significant cost where Heber is bearing 100%. To your question of 7.3, I don't know where 7.3 is specifically in their number. My latest one was around 5.3.
And that's consistent with the master plan if you do everything. Right. If you do complete both campuses and you do everything. My question is it possible to get evidence or some documentation to support? There are a lot of numbers that get thrown around and it's starting to vary by $2, $3, $4 million.
Yep.
I think it's important that we get this right.
Yeah, I think this is a good one for Matt's action list right there, where we can follow up and we'll get those numbers to you. So based on that, and just to give you an idea, the way that breaks down, you're going to have approximately $300,000 annually in sponsor participation over the next 5 years or so. The first major project comes in 2030, 2031 with North and South Campus ramp projects. And that's where your commitments are going to be. You can see here around $900,000 a year in both 2030 and 2031. So the idea is to increase rates and charges now to build up a reserve fund to be able to make those commitments, 6 years down the road. Again, you're going to have large commitments and of around the same magnitude in 2035. And then at the end of the planning period is when you have the runway reconstruction in 2038, and that's a large commitment of 1.7 million. So if you try to just raise the funds the year prior, you're going to be all over the place in terms of adjusting rates and charges. What you want to do is try and find a rates and charge that's planning for the future, but really looking at the next 5-year period, right? That making sure that when you have to come back again in 5 years to adjust rates and charges, you don't want to be doing this every year, but that you set a rate that's going to be sufficient to at least get you through the next 5 years with the goal of here's how much we're going to have over the next 15 years that we have to raise. So I apologize for the text here, but this is really just more for reference. If you look at the slide later on and read through this, as Kurt mentioned, the FAA does give a little bit of guidance in terms of rates and charges for general aviation airports, but they give a lot of latitude to the airport. What they really want to see is the airport working with local users and in consultation with users to come up with the methodology that's fair, consistent, transparent. So that's what they're looking for, that the methodology that the airport is using to determine rates and charges is fair, it's consistent, you're not changing it every year, and it's transparent so that it can be calculated by anybody, and that users have a kind of a predictable method to understand what their charges are going to be going into the future. You know, the one sentence that Kurt mentioned in terms of the FAA's 2013 policy and rates and charges, which is primarily geared towards commercial service airports and the fight that airlines and airports tend to get in. They do mention here, you know, FAA will not ordinarily investigate reasonableness of general aviation airports fees absent evidence of a progressive accumulation of surplus aeronautical revenues. So like I said, the airport does have quite a bit of latitude here when it comes to the FAA's perspective on rates and charges. Now, as Kurt mentioned, we're working in a box here that includes lease agreements and also the rules and regulations that the airport has. So it's not just the FAA's perspective. There's other factors that come into play here as well. So the method that we used...
is that commonly referred to as economic discrimination, the first...
Yeah, avoiding it, yeah.
Avoid economic
So economic discrimination is a principle from Grant Assurance 24, rates and charges. Separate documents, but they're compatible, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, good question. So the methodology that we applied here is really kind of a hybrid. When you look at commercial service airports, they're using either a compensatory model where they're taking all the risk and then any surplus that's generated is kept by the airport. Again, remember, airports are nonprofit entities. So there is you can generate a surplus, but that surplus has to be reasonable. You need to be able to defend the accumulation that you're capturing year over year, and that it's not exceeding what the need is going to be off into the future. That can include capital projects like we're looking at here, but also contingencies, right? Both operating and capital contingencies. As we know, costs can be really, can escalate quite quickly for capital projects, especially down the road. So you do have some flexibility in terms of collecting those contingencies to be able to cover unknowns and to cover for unknowns. And we kind of worked that into here. The other methodology really is a residual, where at a commercial service airport, the airline is the one that's assuming the risk. And if there's a budget shortfall, essentially the users are covering that shortfall by raising fees the next year to be able to kick in more. And so that's really the way that we're looking at landing fees here is kind of a residual approach to cost recovery of the airport, where you use market-based fees to collect the typical rents and charges that you'd have for use of the airport. And then whatever you can't collect from those, then you adjust landing fees appropriately to try and recover the costs that are needed to cover any shortfall in either operating or capital budgets. So in order to identify those kind of market rates, we looked at an airport pure set, and we've done a number of these studies. And in looking at most airport rates and charges studies, the fundamental problem is the airports that are chosen as a pure set. And the typical methodology in industry is to just go handpick what you consider to be comparable airports. And that is always a problem because you can always debate that. So the methodology that we use is we look at 6 different criteria, in this case 5 criteria. NIPIAS role, which is the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems. I kind of go through the process for that in the report. You know, there's really 2 categories, commercial service and GA, each category having different roles. We also look at the presence of instrument landing system facilities and air traffic control tower facilities. So in this case, none of the peer airports have those facilities, including Heber. Look at base aircraft. And then another one is C2 operations. Now the TFMC up there is the traffic flow system management count, right? This is the FAA system really for IFR operations. So it's not a perfect number, but it's the best count that we can really get for the type of operations that are happening by size of aircraft. And so we use that to be able to compare operations at every airport really in the country, but we limit it to the region. And the region is defined here as Utah and any adjacent state. And
real quick question on the C2. I assume that's just swim data that's coming out that you're looking at, but does that take into account aircraft that have canceled prior to landing?
Nope, and it wouldn't account for VFR traffic either. Really just...
So what's really important to understand is that a large number of aircraft that come into Heber don't fly on their instrument flight plan all the way down. They cancel IFR, Aaron, which is they cancel that, and so they would not be counted on that C2.
Yeah.
And it's a substantial number because the way that Heber is situated, the instrument approach does not get you very low or very close. And so, well, I guess it does get you close, but it doesn't get you low. So a lot of aircraft will cancel when they're 10, 20 miles out. I routinely cancel before I even come over the Wasatch Front.
That's a good question. I'll have to look into that. Maybe it does capture those, but it does not. Okay, good to know. Yeah.
So it is grossly underestimated.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I should say grossly. That's a nebulous term, but it is underestimating, and my guess would be it's underestimating significantly.
we're using this here just for comparative purposes, right? To try and identify other airports that have similar size operations. At Heber, it might be more likely that the IFR flight plans are canceled more than other airports, and therefore, it's not representative of all the airports. But again, we're trying to find an objective way to be able to find comparable airports to Heber, right? And that's a really good metric to be able to look at and see. So basically, you score each one of these on a score of 0 to 1. A perfect score is 5, which of course Heber has because it's the same. It's the number that we're comparing to everybody else. So with Elko having a score of 4.75, that's the closest airport in the region, meaning surrounding states, in terms of the 5 categories that we looked at with Heber. And so what we did was we selected any airport that is a score of 4.5 or higher, and those are the ones that we use in this study. Again, there's no set number of airports you have to compare to. The larger number of airports you have, the more the average is kind of spread out. And once you get above 10 or 12, it really doesn't make a lot of change by adding in additional airports. So the 15 airports, including Heber, that we have here was a representative sample. Adding in another 5 is really not going to change these numbers that much. So when we looked at market-based rates survey, there's really 2 main, as I said, the 3 main sources of income, really 2 for general aviation airports: ground lease fees and fuel flowage fees. And so we looked at those in terms of the market-based survey. I know it's really hard to see in this graph here, but you can see the 15 airports and the representative ground lease rates that they have. Heber is really kind of on the above average, and I would say kind of bookending the lease rates here, because when you look at both Sedona and Steamboat Springs, they're in some cases outliers with how much higher they are. One thing I point out in the report too that's important to understand, every airport is so different, and so every airport is going to have different sources of revenue. Some of these airports may be commercial service airports where they have, PFCs, passenger facility charges that are bringing additional revenue. A lot of airports will operate their own FBO, so there's revenue that's coming in from the operation of the FBO. So there's a lot of different variables that could go into place on what they're using to establish these rates. So with that in mind, Heber is, I would say, slightly above average in terms of the study here. Yeah.
One thing I've called every one of these airports. So Sedona's ground lease actually includes a building. So that 72 cents is some of them are the Porta hangars, but there is a facility that's there. So it's not just a ground lease. They call it a ground lease, but it's got a building on there.
Yeah.
It's an improved ground lease.
Yep.
So I think it might be fair to, not consider that as an equivalent to what Heber is charging.
Yep. And that's the kind of feedback we're looking for here as well, to be able to go back and make, adjustments to the study. When you look at the fuel flowage fee, so I want to point out here too, with the ground lease rate, Heber really has 2 different ground lease rates. There's the airport aeronautical lease and the airport apron lease. And so the aeronautical lease is the typical lease for hangars. That's at 42 cents. The apron lease is at, I believe, currently at 7 cents. And so the suggestion, or I should say, if you were to raise that to the 25th percentile, right, so bring it up so that you're in line with about the bottom quarter of the market, that would be at about 25 cents a square foot. When it comes to the fuel flowage fee, though, the fuel flowage fee is one of the lowest in the study. You can see here it ranges really from a few cents up to 25 cents in the high end, with the average being right in the middle at 12 cents. In both with ground leases and fuel flowage fees, some airports choose to bifurcate this so that you have 2 different rates, just like Heber does with the apron and the aeronautical use. There are 2 airports in the study, Driggs being one of them, that has a separate fuel flowage fee for avgas and for jet A. And in this case, Driggs is actually one of the really close comparables. Close airport, really similar kind of, would call it resort type airport, and a good comparable to take a look at. And their fuel flowage fee there is, kind of straddles the average, 10 cents for avgas and 15 cents for jet fuel. So that's one of the options to take a look at. And that's kind of the model that we followed for as providing an option. Again, fuel flow keys can be set to whatever, but we kind of hold that up as here's an example of a really good comparable airport.
When you say it can be set to whatever, what do you mean by that?
So when you're setting the fuel flow fees, we're looking at the average, but you can choose how you want to align with the average of that. You can be above average, below average. Again, there's no guidance on what the airport has to do in establishing fuel flows. As long as the methodology that you're using.
Later, but I'm just curious, like, even though there's contracts in place that determine what you can't do, is that something you guys didn't look at?
So yeah, so that's operating within that box, right? Again, of what the lease agreements are, the rules and regulations. There are controlling factors that establish what the airport can do. What we're recommending is just best practices. So from the FAA perspective, right?
You're making a recommendation regardless of existing leases or contracts.
No, we're just recommending best practices.
So let me make sure I understand that, right? Because I think there's two different issues that we have here. There's a report that you're doing which canvassed these other airports and shows us, what comparable airports using the score that you have there is doing. And then I think and I'm sure we'll get to it tonight, there are legal limitations based upon contractual obligations that may be with parties at the airport that limit our ability to follow some of what the data is telling us out there.
What Ryan's presenting is the market rate study,
Understood.
right? And Nadeem, you're right. There's lease agreements and terms and conditions that will regulate this. And so we have to take that into consideration. For right now, in this part of the discussion, it's just talking about the market rate.
That's a function of what the budget and the revenue would look like if you were to implement certain things.
Yes. Correct.
So there's a couple of steps here, right?
Right.
Get what's out there. Then we need to see how you can apply certain things to Heber. Some things you can do, some things you can't do, and then what kind of money that generates to what kind of money, to Nadeem's point earlier, you actually need.
And it also has to be applied at the airport universe, consistently. You can't just apply it to one operator and not everyone else. So it has to be applied throughout.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Ryan.
That's fine. I just want to make sure I'm doing good on time here.
Get to be like a college professor.
I know. Got to make sure I'm not going over on.
Yeah. The bell's going to ring.
So other airport fees, we did take a look at a number of fees. These are the primary ones we looked at. There were also some that I discussed in the report that didn't really apply to Heber. When it comes to, again, other options to generate revenue, I would say with most of these, we don't have a historical baseline. So when you're introducing a new fee, it can be really hard to forecast what the revenue from that is going to be. So in the analysis, we did not assume revenue from rental cars and T&C fees, for example. If we would just be making up numbers, we try to make up an assumption of what that is. And so if you do implement that fee, once that starts coming in, then we'll have a general idea of what that is and can start forecasting it. But initially, we don't have a baseline to be able to project what the revenue for that would be. And we don't want to make up a number that if it doesn't come through, now Heber is short because they didn't generate the revenue that they had expected from that.
And if I can, so the landing fee is kind of the component that's the budget balancer, right? So fuel flow fees, some airports, they'll consider the flowage fee, and landing fee is the budget balancer to make up those differences. So whatever this might state is whatever the study was relative to the landing fees. It didn't take into consider any of this historical numbers. As soon as you start applying these historical revenues, it's going to have an influence on the landing fee down when you start applying other fees. And it's not shown in this example. It's not going to be shown here because like for instance, SASO fees. And we'll talk about that, but there's no historical data for us to look at what's the revenue to establish what the SASO fee revenue would be in order to offset what the landing fee would have to be. And that's what Ryan's talking about when he's referring to the rental car and some of these other fees is we'd have to make assumptions to what those revenues would be to see how it might influence the landing fee.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. And so with these other airport fees, not all of the airports in the study are charging these fees, but we tried to identify what the standard is or what's typical for airports that are charging fees. You can see with rental car T&C fees, if Heber were to implement a new fee, for example, they could do 10% of gross revenue. We typically saw from other airports in the pure set They're ranged from 10 to 12% of gross, or they do a $4.50 trip per trip fee with a $50 per vehicle. So there's really two different models for being able to collect revenue from the rental car TNC. Vehicular parking, again, typically you have $5 to $7 per night or $45 per month, but that could range anywhere from $25 to $125 per month. Here we did.
When you say vehicular parking, can you elaborate on what vehicles you're talking about?
Airport users that are parking on airport property. So airport-owned property that's being used as a parking lot.
I know we have some that I see them behind hangars, right? But everybody should have sufficient space around their hangars to park, or when they are not in, flying, they park in the
Well,
hangar.
in this case, we suggested, no change here, no fee, because you need infrastructure to be able to collect this fee, right? You need to have fencing up, you need to have a way to collect the fee. And without that infrastructure, it's really not viable to be able to collect that. And I would say with all of these fees, anytime you're implementing a new fee, there's a cost associated with that, either through infrastructure or more likely through pressure on the airport manager's time to be able to go and collect that fee. And our assumption again is 100% collection. That's not always the case either. You're not going to capture all of the revenue that you're projecting. So. A good example of that, AOA access fees, right? This is one that's currently in place, $40 charge per card annually. Currently, there's a waiver in place for hangar owners. Travis and I went through the numbers on this. I want to say there's 515 current AOA badges, of which 140 are paid for. So the revenue.
Real quick, you say waiver for hangar owners. Don't the hangar owners under their lease agreement have the right to have access to their hangar? I think that's implicit in the lease. And so maybe that's not a waiver. Maybe that's a legal right that they have.
Good point. And again, we're not here to interpret the leases.
That's why we have city council here.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
I can certainly understand non-hangar owners.
Yeah. I would assume that at most airports, the tenants have the right to access their hangars. But what we found when you look at those airports, most are charging typically a $25 per user fee, but as high as $50. So Heber's current charge is kind of right in that range there.
Ryan, is it fair to say that you're making a lot of these recommendations absent knowledge of existing contracts?
Yes.
I've heard it a couple times now.
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're looking at best practices. We're doing a study of what other airports are doing for this. From that, there's options that you can choose on how to generate the revenue. It's the city's responsibility to find out, to make the decision of whether that they have the legal ability to do that or not.
Is it fair to say that you weren't provided, the underlying documents to look at whether some things are feasible or whether they're, it was done in sort of a vacuum of this is what you.
I wouldn't say it was done in a vacuum. We've seen some of the documents. We've looked through the leases and amendments, but again, we're not giving legal advice in the interpretation of whether this complies with those documents or not.
So it's fair to say that it was done without legal advice about whether they're contractually possible.
So let me answer that. So we are early in the process of reviewing the rates and fees study. One of the subsequent important steps we'll go through is legal review to make sure that we are in compliance with agreements, with FAA standards. And so we're at step 1, and the legal review is going to come in at step 4 or step 5.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. So the commercial aeronautical permit fee typically is a fixed fee at most airports, ranging from $100 to $558 is the range. There was one other airport in the study that does a 2% of gross receipts, which is similar to what Heber currently does. For several years now, Heber's had I think since 2021, they've had a commercial aeronautical permit fee of 1% of gross receipts for SASOs. When I say a SASO, that's a specialized aeronautical service operator.
So let me ask you a couple of questions about that, because I am a SASO, so full disclosure, right? And I did pay some money in for, I guess, fiscal year 24. So today, it's a 1% fee, and it's for all SASOs that are on the field. So anybody that's doing maintenance, that's doing, anything that's commercial, that's not purely, I guess, and I don't know the answer to this, I ask, because it's a commercial activity fee. Should that be applicable under the federal aviation guidelines so that it's non-discriminatory to all commercial activity on the airport?
That's really up to the rules and regulations and how they're applied at the airport. So yeah, you're right. You want to have all similarly situated users being treated the same. But that's more of an implementation rather than establishing the fee kind of question, right?
The application of the fee versus the fee itself.
Yeah.
So if you apply the fee, you have to apply it in such a way that it was universal and it's not discriminatory against like.
Yeah. The last fee on the list here, hanger.
If somebody's doing maintenance, all people that are doing maintenance should be subject to the 1%. If somebody's doing aircraft sales, if somebody's doing charter, whatever the case may be, it has to be applied to all of those users.
Should be, yep.
And you, in your minimum standards, you typically define what a SaaS out is, right?
But it's also the underlying activity.
And the categories of SaaS.
You can't hide behind categorization for similar situated economic activity.
So the last fee on here, hanger transfer fee. Again, Heber's, this one is actually, we didn't find any of the airports in the study that do a hanger transfer fee like Heber has. The range is typically a fixed fee from $50 to $1,000 per fixed fee. But what Heber does is not unheard of either. There are airports that do a percentage of the sale price, the sales price on hanger transfer. And it's actually a really good source of revenue for Heber. And we'll show how that can actually have some big implications on the direction you want to go when it comes to fees with that hanger transfer fee. So now looking at landing fees in terms of the survey, what we found, 5 of the 13 peer set airports did not collect a landing fee. Now, remember I mentioned there was 15 airports of which Heber is one. Vernal was another airport in the study that chose not to participate. So that's why we're looking at 13 airports here. Typically airports are charging a fee beginning at 6,000 to 12,500 pounds, either maximum gross landed weight or maximum takeoff weight. Typically the MTO is more common for for general aviation airports. And the landing fees could be assessed either as a fixed fee for a range of aircraft, either by weight or by type, or a variable rate per 1,000 pounds landed, anywhere from 75 cents to $8. So a very large range there. Driggs is the high end of that.
Yeah, so the $8, can you talk about what that is?
So Driggs is the high end of that here at $5 per 1,000 pounds for aircraft over 8,000 maximum gross landed weight. But again, they increased to $8 per 1,000 pounds between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And I left that one up there because it's a good example of what not to do. If that were to be challenged, it would be my interpretation that would not stand, because what Driggs is doing here is they're using landing fees in terms of addressing noise complaints. Yeah, and so the FAA would probably not support something like that. Again, when you're making recommendations, you need to look at what the FAA will allow, and then also what you're working in terms of that box. So when we look at landing fees, like I said, we're looking at this as a cost recovery mechanism for the airport. If there's a shortfall of airports from what you're going to charge for market fees, then how can you use landing fee to bridge that gap, essentially? I provide the methodology we used up here for this. This is actually borrowed from a commercial service airport and simplified to apply for general aviation airports. Really, what you're looking at here is what's the operating and maintenance expense and the capital improvement plan expenditures, and then that reserve charge to cover contingencies in case they vary from that. That's going to get you to your airport total requirement. How much money do we need to have to operate the airport and to cover the capital costs? Then you credit any revenue that's being generated from other sources besides landing fees, and any surplus revenue that's been captured in a reserve account. And that gets you, when you reduce that total net requirement by the credits, that gets you your airport net requirement. That's how much money you have to be able to come up with for the foreseeable, the next period. You divide that by the total landed weight, and that's how you calculate your general aviation landed fee per 1,000 pounds. So that's one of the options, again, for balancing. Now, here's where I kind of present a fee change menu, right? You don't have to implement all of these fees. These are just options from what we saw from the market study that we did that Heber could use to be able to generate the money that they need for the capital plan. I'll go through, maybe I'll come back to these because I think it's important to take a look at also the assumptions that we used in this. So the more of these that you choose, the more likely that is to adjust the landing fee, right? So even though we've got a landing fee up here, increasing landing fee from $4 to $6, that's based on, not doing some of these other options. That's just kind of a number that we're using with these baseline assumptions. But from what we saw with the ground leases, fuel flowage rates, if you were to bring some of these up to market averages, and adjust some of the fees, collect fees where you're not for AOA access badges. You choose what you want from this menu. We can then go back and adjust and see what would you need to raise landing fees by, if at all, to be able to cover that cost. Some of the assumptions that we're using on this, and I'll say that our approach is to take a really conservative methodology and assume the worst. I think in the assumptions that we have right now for the airport are assuming the best case scenario. So if everything works out perfectly, here's how much money you would generate. If you're wrong in this, then what happens is you start under generating revenue. You don't have the money you need in reserve accounts, and you're either going to have to do debt financing to cover the cost, which I don't think Heber City really wants to do, or you start delaying capital projects down the road. And again, that's where those capital projects get more expensive, and it becomes harder to collect that revenue in a shorter period of time. So some of these assumptions that we used, and really our study was based on the information that we were provided from both the operating, the airport special revenue fund, which is Fund 21, and the capital improvement fund, which is 41. Those are the two that are used right now for both annual projects and long-term projects. Then we also looked at the 2024 airport capital improvement plan provided by Adura. We used the assumption in the master plan that operations will grow by 1.3% and capital expenditures will grow by 4%. We also use our own assumption that operating expenses will grow by 3% for that Fund 21 expenses. We looked at landed weight based on Vert Tower ADS-B data for operations from April 2023 through March 24. That was the most recent data that we had. And then we also looked at, well, we used the fuel volume based on the revenue that was generated in fuel flowage fees last year divided by the fee. And that got us an approximate average of fuel gallons.
How much fuel do you think?
1.1 million gallons.
Do we have any idea of the split between avgas to Jet A?
Nope. And so I really just assuming it all at Jet A. The avgas tends to be a smaller percentage. It could be, Nadeem, you probably have a better idea, but I'd guess around 10% avgas.
5% or less.
5% or less, yeah. So again, taking a conservative approach, we assume that it's all Jet A. It's going to make a small impact on maybe some of this. Again, right now it's the same fee regardless. So I think that dividing by 5 cents
gets us how much you're selling too, right?
Yep, so. Absolutely, yeah.
To the aeronautical rates, if they were maximizing any non-aeronautical land at market rate. So non-aeronautical is comparable rent versus market rate and how it would offset the aeronautical costs.
Yeah, so one thing that the FAA is very clear on is if you're having non-aeronautical use of airport property, that has to be at fair market value. There's a whole document they go through on how to get an assessor that's going to properly assess the value of that, making sure that you're charging the fair market value for that property. So what anybody would pay off airport for the same price. The idea with that is the FAA is essentially subsidizing the airfield. And so since they're covering the majority of the capital costs for that airfield, they want the aeronautical fees to be as low as possible for users. That's the idea. It's going to stimulate more aeronautical activity. But when it comes to non-aeronautical use, really their preference is it should be aeronautical use first. But if there's not an aeronautical use for that, and you can do a non-aeronautical use that's going to generate revenue, you need to be getting fair market value for that property. Is that kind of hitting at the point? Yeah, I think I've got that coming up here.
Okay, it would be the non-aeronautical subsidy, if you will, that would continue to force the aeronautical rates or push them down.
Yeah, and I mentioned here also that revenue from other airport sources. If we didn't have a historical baseline, we did include it in our assumptions because we don't want to be making up numbers without any foundation for it. So in terms of the alteration of the baseline assumptions, again, these are the detailed assumptions that we're using. If we adjust these, that helps us to kind of dial in what assumptions that we want, what we're trying to model to be able to forecast revenues to determine what the rates and charges need to be. The more direction that we can get on this, and this is really what I'm hoping we can get into in this discussion, is to be able to get direction on, do you want to assume, do you want to use these assumptions, or do you want to use different assumptions? Because that's going to change the numbers. And without going into detail on all of these, some of these are really kind of hard questions to answer, right? So one of them, for example, we've got up here is the additional, number 7, additional revenue anticipated from, the 15,000 net square feet added by hangar condominium. So in 2033, there should be new hangars that are being developed after Hangar Row is tore down. It's going to net about 15,000 square feet of additional space. And we assume that's going to be at the current, the future value of what the current rate is, right? So we project that out into the future by 3%. But once those hangars are sold at approximate $20 million value, and again, that was an estimate value for the future value of those hangars, that's going to generate you what, $675,000.
Project is that?
It's North Campus, the part of that limited service FBO, being able to develop hangars there. That generates an additional $675,000 from that 3% hangar transfer fee. So if you're going to count on that fee coming through, and it doesn't come through, that has big implications, right? This is just an assumption that we're making, that the project's done on time, that they sell 100% of the condos in the same year that they're available, and that there's no negotiations in the future to reduce that fee with future developers that are going to be building those out or anything. Right? If that money doesn't come through, now you're going to be short $675,000 that you need to fund those big capital plans in 2035 and 2038, which could severely inhibit your ability to pay for those projects in the future. So we assume that that's going to happen. But if you don't want to bank on that assumption coming through, then we want to know that now so we can model that in and adjust landing fees appropriately to capture the cost going forward. So just to give you an idea of what some of these financial implications are for these assumptions, just starting at the bottom up, because I think that the bottom ones are probably a little bit easier to assume, right? So we assume that ground rents are going to adjust annually by 3%. Right now they're tied to CPI, and so we use 3%. That's a pretty standard number that we've seen across the country. By that 3% increase in ground rents nets you about 13 cents reduction in landing fee. So you could have landing fees about 13 cents lower if you keep that assumption and that comes true, right? The AOA badging fee, right? If you charge a badging fee for everybody on the airport and not just the 140 people that are currently paying for it, that would reduce landing fees by about 24 cents. One of the assumptions that we made was that that we can reduce the legal and professional services fees because there's not going to be as much of a need for ongoing support going forward, and that would reduce landing fees by 40 cents. Another assumption, I think this is an important one as well, the master plan assumes 1.5 million in a FBO hangar acquisition and 5.4 million in acquisition costs for Hangar Row. My understanding again is that the city is not obligated to buy back those hangars in Hangar Row. And so if you don't pay that $5.4 million, you don't need to assume that you don't need to go raise the money for that. Now, again, that's 95% of 5.4 million because the FAA would pay for acquiring those hangars if you needed to. If you decide not to acquire those hangars, when that time comes up, you're essentially just taking those hangars back and you might get in fights with eminent domain. Again, that's not our position to try and determine whether that's going to be an issue or not. We want to know whether we should model in, do you save up the money to buy back those hangars, or do you take the position that we're not legally obligated to pay for those hangars, and therefore we're not going to save the money to be able to do that in the future. I mentioned the hangar transfer fee from the hangar condos, the hangar condos. That saves you about 56 cents in landing fees. There is an option of charging based aircraft a landing fee as well. Typically, based tenants are exempt from landing fees because they're already paying in through all of the other fees that we've discussed. But some airports do charge a based aircraft landing fee. And if you wanted to essentially match the landing fee, yep.
Can you quantify that? You say some. Of the
Majority, yeah, from the airports that I've seen. And again, there's not a lot of GA airports that even charge a landing fee, but for the majority of airports that I've seen don't charge based aircraft landing fees. But there are some that do either charge a landing fee or they'll charge an equivalent based aircraft fee, one-time collection. You don't do both. No, it's one or the other, right? So we'd calculate what is the annual fee that you'd collect the equivalent amount of revenue from if you did have landing fees. And rather than having to go out and pay Vector Systems 16% to go collect those fees for you, you can collect them when you're collecting the AOA fees and something like that. I think that
states may not have the based airport fees that Utah collects that then redistributes in a way of matching grants.
That could be, yep. Again, it's within the airports, because the airport has a lot of discretion in terms of how they want to collect rates and fees. We're just providing options that are within the airport's ability to do. Yeah. And when you get there, this is where you start making really big impacts in terms of being able to keep landing fees low, right? Because a base aircraft fee or charging landing fees for base aircraft or base tenants, that's a 77-cent reduction in what you would need to charge in terms of landing fee. Again, all of these are intertwined, so don't hold me to these numbers because they're going to change as you add and subtract different options. But it gives you an idea relative to each other, the amount of impact it could have. Reversionary hangar building rates, there are a few hangars. There are 2 hangars in Hangar Row, and then there are a few commercial hangars that will revert to the airport, meaning that as the lease expires, that building then goes back to the airport, and the airport can charge a building rent instead of a ground rent, which is going to be significantly higher. That can lower landing fees by as much as almost $1. And the big one really is the fuel flowage fee, bring those up to the kind of the market rate that we saw at Driggs would generate or would save you about $1.54 in landing fees. So those are just that gives you some idea of the implications. We can choose to model these in however we want, whether you're going to do this or not. Some of these are future decisions that the airport will have to make, and those aren't necessarily your decisions to make today, but do we want to make that assumption that that's going to happen or not? Essentially the question is, do we start saving as if that's going to happen or it's not going to happen?
If I can jump in there real quick.
Yeah.
I know you're making some guesses there, but these seems like pretty complicated assumptions.
Yep.
To correlate certain expenses that may not be known or certain revenues not be known to a specific value with regards to landing fees. Do you have backup documentation for any of these calculations?
Yeah. Yeah.
In the form of what? Spreadsheets that show your forecasting potential revenue gain or revenue loss and now how it impacts.
Yep.
Is it possible to see those?
I can share them with the city, and the city can share them. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
So in terms of next steps, again, we're just seeking direction on both the analysis of our assumptions and fee changes to revise for the report to City Council. Just some kind of suggestions going forward is really a public resolution for proposed schedule of rates and charges. Also, as Nadine was just talking about, this rate-based pro forma calculator, basically to take that and update that annually so that you have an idea of how you're tracking versus what the savings goals are for the airport, and really to establish what that target reserve balance is. Right? Again, that's an assumption I'm using, that the airport wants to have a balance that's going to be equal to what they have to cover for the last year of that capital plan. You can set that higher or lower depending on how much money you want to save, and then we can adjust that. And that's, again, a number that you'll want to kind of use going forward. This is not a one-time analysis that we do. You're going to want to keep this updated going forward so that 5 years from now, when you have to come back and adjust rates and charges, you know where you're at in terms of your savings goals and what adjustments you're going to need to make. Also, I think a good practice would be to have an annual presentation of both the operating budget, which you've received, and the ACIP, that capital plan, to the AAB, as well as suggesting a kind of a rolling capital project budget with periodic market adjustments for these every 5 years, kind of what I was implying. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Matt, and hopefully we can get some direction from both the public and the AAB on what direction you want us to go in modifying this analysis, the assumptions that we use, to be able to provide you with better informed decisions on the implications for this.
So what I think might make sense right now is, like I said earlier, there's some questions that people might have that are different from positions per se, or opinions or things along those lines. So I think now would be a good time to open it up to the body to ask questions about some of the assumptions that were here, so that we can understand some of that, and then we can kind of take that into the analysis that might hit the agreement or parking lot later on. So the only thing we should be doing now is either getting answers or something should be hitting the action register for the city to get more information. Is that agreeable to everybody?
Yeah, and in discussing those questions that you have, hopefully we can try and move some of that to the 3 boards that Matt has here as well. I mean, if there is agreement on some of these things, I'd love to get that board filled out to say, hey, at least we know this, everybody has agreement, like these are the assumptions we should be using, and we can kind of focus on the other ones maybe there's less agreement on.
So I've got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
And mine is kind of wrapped around the budget and some of the capital projects, because these capital projects are driving huge huge decisions that we need to make. And based upon, all of your comparable airports, I don't think any of them are facing a capital budget, situation like we are. So my first question is, you made several references in here to, if we didn't have the funds, it would delay implementation of the airport improvement capital projects, which is different than just not doing those capital projects, right? Because we're talking about, trying to generate something in the realm of $500,000 to $600,000 a year, or maybe slightly less than that, of surplus funds that we can then use for these capital projects. So if you, kind of look at that from a, hey, if we don't make $500,000 this year, let's say we make $400,000 this year, that might push a project off by 6 months, 9 months, or a year until you can catch back up. It's not like you're not making anything. Is that something that we can consider here, which is maybe this is an aggressive AICP? Because there's price elasticity all around all of this, right? You can't raise landing fees without thinking that people are going to go to Provo where there's no landing fees, right? I mean, there is price elasticity. So what happens if we're short? Let's say we make $400,000 and we have to push a project out. I know that the costs might go up, but we're only paying 4% of that cost that might go up.
Jeremy, you want to address that?
What happens if we
Yeah.
don't have the money?
Yeah.
Usually there's two things that I see. One, the sponsor of the airport has to go outside of the airport to find those funds. It's not self-sufficient, and that's common. I see that a lot. So they either do the general budgets, what have you, dealing with that with similar airports at other locations. And then the second is a delay in the implementation, and that is the projects stretch out longer. In this case, what's difficult with one runway is that you can't, it delays the whole implementation, right? The dominoes are stacked such that delaying one project is going to delay the rest of them because there's only one runway.
So you mentioned two options. I guess the third option is you could have something like airport revenue bonds based upon the revenue that that's going to be coming in, if you needed to front the money up front and then pay that over time. Is that a viable option?
It is.
I guess I would roll that into a
External funding.
I mean,
And you always have the option of doing some kind of a public-private deal, right? I mean, it's been done at airports a lot. We did it here years ago. So I think that's always an option.
One thing I will say though is, when it comes to the FAA programming, if it's the sponsor that's causing, the FAA causes the delay a lot. And what you're seeing now is a lot of sponsors are accelerating their projects because costs are going up so quickly that they're fighting to get in line. And so if Heber is dropping back, we've seen where airports are told, go to the back of the line, right? You missed your slot. We're not going to sit on that money that we've been saving for you. We're going to give it to whoever's next in line, get to the back of the 5-year planning line essentially, and then you'll have to deal with it then. So most airports are trying to get ahead as much as possible, knowing that it's going to save them money in the long term because the costs are just going to get more expensive.
but Heber's unique in the fact that we have this huge capital, I mean, this is a huge capital project for an airport our size.
It's somewhat unique, but there are plenty of airports that have huge capital needs within this region.
Yeah.
Another issue I see, Nadim actually reached out to the FAA because the taxi lane is starting to do this. And so we asked them, hey, if that fails before we're able to replace it, are you going to give it, are you going to help us fix that? He said, no, you're just going to shut that down and you're not going to have a taxiway on half of your runway until you get that thing moved. So that would be an example of something that could happen. I mean, we'd be working off of that, back taxiing off the runway for however many years.
So then, okay, I've got a couple of questions about the projects, because like I said, some of these projects are fairly high. So
In terms of when you say the project, the ACIP, right?
yeah.
Okay.
So specific numbers on these projects here, and maybe Jeremy, you can answer it. I don't know. I'm addressing it to you, Ryan, but
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So, and again, full disclosure, I just signed a new lease agreement where I'm having to put in an apron and do some of these things. So I look at in a ramp, right? And I think about everybody that's built a hangar at the airport, at least in recent time, on horseshoe hangars or what Jeff is doing. we all have to pay for our ramps, right? Even though it's city property, we pay for it, we install it. And I see, something like almost $32 million for a North Campus ramp and a South Campus ramp. So why is the airport paying for that instead of the user of that ramp?
So exclusive use is considered 50 feet out in front of the hangars. And so those are ineligible costs. So when you look at the North Campus or the South Campus, either of those campuses as they're drawn, there's a substantial amount of square footage that is not exclusive use, that is public use. That is what it constitutes that number.
But it's public use by a private entity, right?
Say that again?
It's public use by a private entity, right? So all of the revenue that's generated goes to a private entity, not to the airport itself.
On the North and South Campus?
On the ramps, right? If there's revenue that's generated from those ramps,
There's revenue that's generated. Yeah, there's revenue that's generated from those ramps for what we have out there now, but there's also revenue that's generated for the airport from those ramps, from the leases.
but they're privately controlled. They're not public ramps.
That's not the assumption with the North Campus.
I think, Jason, there's been some confusion in the industry about, private, public. It's a private business, say an FBO leases a ramp, but that has to be a public ramp. Meaning we can't restrict access to that ramp. You can't discriminate and say, no, I'm only going to accept warbirds or something. So they confuse sometimes the terms. It's privately managed, but it has to be publicly available.
The term I used was exclusive use. That is what is ineligible, is exclusive use, not public controlled by private.
Well, I guess my question is even more basic, which is why is the airport paying for the creation of that ramp that's going to be, that may be publicly available, using the definition that Nadeem says here, but is still part of somebody else's business? Because, I even, when Jeff's building, new hangars and it's a taxiway, he's got to put the taxiway in.
So I think your question really is related to kind of that documentation of the ACIP, right? Just better understanding the ACIP. Is that something maybe we could put on the action list to come back?
I guess I'd like to know why we're budgeting $32 million for ramps.
So 6.9 of that is the hangar acquisition, right? Buying back for the North Campus ramp is buying back both hangar A and the hangar row. And so we took that out of that. We took 6.9 million out of the assumptions of the numbers you're referencing there. Now, the other thing too is the 32 million, that is the 30/30 and 30/31 dollars. So the current estimated cost of those two projects are 8 million apiece, but 16 million. But because they're 10 years into the future, 4% escalation gets you to twice that number.
I would also add that there is not the assumption that North Campus will be privately controlled. So, I mean, in those costs, right? You're saying 32 million. Why are we spending 32 million on a ramp that's going to be privately controlled? I don't agree with that.
Okay.
It could be, but that's the cost of doing the ramp. So, I mean, the city still could develop that.
Okay. So just a couple of questions from your presentation. You reference a bottom 0.25% quartile for apron rent versus being at the 100%, I guess, at the top of the quartile, like top.
But yeah, it depends on what you throw out
for the legal quartile. Let's put it that way. I think we can all agree that $8 is probably wouldn't withstand scrutiny. Why the difference? Is that just trying to make up, using landing fees to make up, or is?
Sorry. So you're talking about why use the quartile for the apron?
A small quartile for one and a large quartile.
We're just giving references. So for apron, for example, it's non-buildable because it's within the building restriction line. So you're not going to be able to get market value for that. So quartile is just a suggestion of where you can put it. You can set that how you want. When it comes to the landing fees, we're looking at it at a market-based rate. We're looking at a cost recovery mechanism, right? What's the capital projects that we have to pay for and a reasonable contingency within that to budget for, and then how do we recover those costs over the period that we have before we need to pay those?
And my last question is really for Aaron. I think you came onto the council after the master plan had been adopted. I don't know if you got the the full explanation on what a C2 airport, what drives the fact that we had to move from being a B2 airport to a C2 airport. Did you get that kind of?
I did my best to read all of it.
Well, anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially a C2, the C corresponds to the approach speed of the aircraft that come in. And the 2, I believe, deals with wingspan, right? And so historically, we had been a B2 airport. As more and more larger aircraft came in, and predominantly, I think the Challenger 350 was the reference aircraft that we used. And a lot of these are with the fractional jet operators that would come in, take people to Heber, pick people up. Started to use the airport, we moved out of the D2 bucket to the C2 designation. And so it's those larger, heavier aircraft that are driving, the fact that we have to move the taxiway, realign the runway, move that, and then obviously presenting some opportunities for, the north and south campus. So
It's really that change that's driving this ACIP. Almost all of the ACIP is to address
absent that, there still might be the desire to do some of the, like the north campus or the south campus. I mean, there were some opportunities down there for development, right, that were on our prior master plan that we had. But it's really the larger aircraft that, and the fact that they were operating here more frequently, that were driving the fact that the FAA, said you're a, non-compliant C2 airport.
Would the AAB like to see more information on the capital plan, though, just to better understand both the cost and the implementation schedule?
I would certainly like to see that.
Yeah, because again, that's a big part of it.
If you get, I think what Nadeem was talking about earlier, if you're off by even a little amount, as we look at this over 20, over the next 10 years, I mean, that has a huge implication on decisions that we're trying to make today.
Yeah.
And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get further on, but I'm trying to be asking questions that are here. So those are all the questions I have. Who else would like to start asking questions?
I can jump in there. It's going to be kind of some commentary, maybe some questions embedded in there. So if you want to interrupt me and answer something, by all means. So I just, basically I want to say my overall concern is that the recommendations comply, with the language in OK3's settlement agreement as well as the FBO lease. So on a few of these important items, I think that we're getting close to not doing that. I think avoiding that is everybody's it should be in everybody's interest. So I think the 3 main issues that tie into this is the forecast financials, and then the recommendations made with regards to landing fees and fuel flowage fees. So I'll quote from one sentence in your report that says the airport will experience a deficit of over $9 million over the next 20-year period, or $451,000.
That was from the second report we did, right? That was just summarizing the previous report we'd done.
Yeah, the first report, which was almost a year ago, had that $9 million.
That was the first report was 2 years ago. The second report was last year.
Okay, but that 9 million numbers remain consistent through that.
No, the 9 million was just based on the assumptions we used then. So the third report was to go revise those assumptions with better information.
There are a lot of numbers in various places. It's a large number.
I just want to jump in so I make sure I understand what reports you were talking about.
Yeah.
So that first report was one that had to go to the FAA to say there is some wild way that we could actually meet the financial burden.
It was for city council. Can the airport continue to be operated as a B2 without taking FAA funding for the next 20 years? Yeah. The second report was, if we are going to upgrade to a C2, then is the current rate and fee structure sufficient to pay for that?
Okay, let me just to stay. Sorry. Just to stay on track. I mean, I think there's a statement there that over the next 20 years, if it remained as is, it'll experience a roughly $9 million deficit.
Yeah, and I can take, that was the finding from our second report. I'll just take that out because that's out of date now.
Right. So what I'm just saying is I disagree with that, having looked at the numbers. So when I look at it big picture wise, the airport brings in about 600,000 a year, roughly, depending on where you're looking at, different reports. And expenses are about $280,000 a year.
The expenses last year were 600,000.
I looked at different budgets, but okay. Yes, because in that you have more than $300,000 in legal fees, as well as consultant professional fees, as well as interfund transfers.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm saying if you eliminate those, I'm saying that they're all should be eliminated. But if you take those out, the airport should be making about 200 and some $1,000 per year. If you left half of those in there, you'd be making about $150,000 a year. I'm saying it's unrealistic to forecast close to say 900,000 in legal fees through 27, unless there's something serious that's going to
Which
happen.
we did adjust in the assumptions.
And also the 100,000 per year in professional fees, over 10 years for an airport this size,
And we reduced that as well, down by half.
and that ought to affect the overall deficit number. So what I'm saying is that this airport should be making about $150,000 a year. And if you look at it over 10 years, it's about $1.5 million. And I'm getting at to sort of what you said, Jason, is once you start playing around with some of these numbers, it starts looking completely different than what's being put out.
Yeah, and that's really why we want your input on the assumptions, right? So like what Nadeem is talking here is number 9. So we reduced legal expenses to $55,000 for this fiscal year, even though the budget calls for $65,000. Again, those are growing 3% annually going into the future. And the professional services fees, we reduced by 50% in fiscal year 2027. So we cut those in half, which brings them down to about $55,000 as well, just with the anticipated need that you're not going to need as much external support going into the future. When it comes to professional services, it's not just us, right? There's really Ardura, and there's 2 different types. There's operating professional services and capital professional services. So when you need engineering for the ACIP to implement those projects, that's a capital professional service. When you have on-call professional services for other questions that come up, that's where those on-call come out of the operating budget instead.
I think my big picture point is, I know you've moved some numbers out. It's gotten very hard to keep track because there have been so many changes and so many different variables. It almost getting into chaos theory, and to be able to actually understand and see the big picture. I'm just saying, looking at it as an operator out there and having watched this airport for 23 years, $300,000 a year in these different fees seem unreasonable. But and I know you reduced some of them, but it hasn't reflected in I think the change in what the airports actually can or should be making. So they'll also, in terms of the capital cost and therefore the city's contribution, as we discussed earlier, there are some assumptions that are varied by quite a bit, $2 million. Also, there are things that we don't yet know whether they're actually going to be possible, right? So nobody knows whether the South Campus is actually going to be developed. There's a scenario where that gets cut out, and now your requirements are basically cut in half. So I know we're trying to assume everything's going to be done, but it may be a little premature to look at it and say, this is absolutely what we're going to need during that time frame.
Nadine, when do you think we'll know about the South Campus?
That's a good question. I mean, Matt might know better than me, but I think it's probably, what do you think, 6 months, maybe a year out to know for sure? Yeah.
So at least so figure, I mean, we were supposed to have the master plan done in 18 months too. So a year from now, we should know if the South Campus is.
And that's dependent on the study, right? Which is dependent on us paying the $383,000 for this fiscal year budget as well. Yeah. Yeah.
So just that variation can change it significantly. I'm going to get into some of the potential revenue sources, but you adjust the unreasonable cost part or control it, and you adjust the revenue potential, and you may not have as big of a project as you expect. And now all of a sudden you were talking about differences of having to raise $6 million as opposed to $3.5 million.
Yeah.
As an example. So I'm saying some of these things ought to come in phases based on when you know some things for sure. So on the revenue standpoint, I think there are a couple of areas that you had either overlooked, or not included correctly in the assumptions that would make a huge difference. You mentioned that the commercial hangars B, C, and D, and you made a recommendation that those hangars get leased out at, I think, 34 cents a square foot.
Monthly.
Okay, well, then we can look at the math. And you also said something about hangar row. And I'm just saying that some of the most valuable assets out there at the airport are the hangars. And the city is going to take possession of many hangars. Certainly those 2 hangars, 3 hangars in the next 2-3 years, and all of hangar row within the next 4 years probably. And that's a significant amount. Once the city owns those hangars, the city can do whatever it wants with those hangars. They're on prime property. They're not going to be torn down. They're on an apron that's going to exist for a long time. The city can turn around and sell those hangars at fair market value.
Yeah, so that's number 5. Number 6 that we've got up there right, of incremental revenue from reversion. So two of the hangar row hangars are reversionary that have reverted. The rest are non-reversionary leases. So only those two would be going to a building rate. The hangars B, C, and D that we did factor in reverting in 2027, I believe, and factoring in 34 cents a square foot monthly, which makes a significant difference. I mean, I want to say we're talking about,
Ryan,
Yeah.
what I think Nadeem is saying, which is a great idea, is that instead of just raising the fair market value rent, they could sell those as a capital contribution to the projects that are
Yep.
going on here.
Yeah. So, and again, we can model it however you want. We're assuming that they're going to lease rather than sell. When it comes to the hangar row, I don't think you're going to sell hangars that are going to be demolished 5 years later, right? So that one I would probably, but with the commercial hangars, yeah, you could go and sell those instead of leasing them out at the reversionary rate.
My understanding is, and maybe Travis can, I don't know every one of the leases in detail, but I think it's very important for the city to know those so they can manage the asset and generate as much revenue as possible. My understanding is those leases were, at that time, when they were going to revert, all the hangar road leases were put on a 10-year extension that expires, and expires somewhere around 2028, 27, 28. Am I wrong, Travis? Okay, so when they expire, they do revert to the city.
But the ground lease expires. They own the hangars.
Well, no, they're on reversionary leases. So when they, just like on.
Only the two are on reversionary leases. Everybody else is non-reversionary except for two.
What are they going to do? Take the cinder blocks?
That is their option to relocate their improvements. Yeah.
Well, I would recommend therefore knowing that lease. My understanding, it remained reversionary, but was just extended at fair market rates. So they were always reversionary leases. They got a 10-year extension at now non-reversionary rates, but they still expire and revert to the city in the next 4 years. And that's a huge number. I mean, if you're talking about simply being able to turn around and rent those hangars, fair market value for a hangar that can store 2 airplanes, it's probably $600 a month. So you're talking about potential revenue of about $175,000 to $200,000 a year. If that's not what the lease says, then I think it's important to understand that.
Maybe that's an action item that we need to understand the potential assets for the airport, right?
Yeah.
Because this is an asset heavy. I mean, yeah.
For lease or sale, and which direction? Again,
you can still sell the hangar and you're going to still collect the ground rent.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, okay, so the city has an obligation under the agreement to look at all potential revenue sources. I mean, that's the language in the agreement. And when I'm looking at some of the most valuable revenue generating assets at the airport that are not being considered, I look at those numbers, and that alone can get you 3/4 of the way to what you need for these projects. And I think those hangars, both the commercial hangars and hangar row, I think knowing those leases and not being confused about the terms of those leases, contracts are contracts. I mean, it's not an issue of eminent domain. It's not an issue of, having a different opinion of the contract. The contract says what it says. And if those assets are going to be property of the city, I think the city has to account for that correctly in all its forecasting, or the forecasting is just going to be incorrect.
Yep.
It's going to be wrong it's going to project a higher number need than reality.
Yeah. So number 6, we did factor that into the assumption, right? Of the two, we said 50 by 50. Travis didn't have the exact square foot, but 50 by 50. That takes them up to about $850 a month in terms of rent once they revert.
Fair market value on those hangars is probably closer to $2,000 to $3,000 a month. So I think
that could be, but fair market value is only for the non-aeronautical revenue, right?
And just to add something else, fair market value on if it is a reversionary lease and the city took that asset back and it then resold that, it's much better. You don't make money leasing hangars. You make money selling hangars. Yep. And if those hangars are 50 by 50, I don't know, let's say they're worth $500,000 and you've got 2 of them or 3 of them.
Two in hangar row, and then the 3 commercial hangars that are over by the FBO.
How big are the commercial hangars?
It's 15. Where's the number here? It adds up to 13,000 square feet. Hangars B, C, and D.
I mean, that's millions of dollars worth of hangars.
That's $1.5 million of assets that the city is going to own within the next 3 years.
Yeah.
And if you factor that into your modeling, the numbers are going to start changing significantly. And also, what has not been factored in there is some of the Daniels hangars are going to get to the end of their leases in this time period you're forecasting. I know they're non-reversionary, but the city still has the option to do whatever is in the city's best interest. It can resell them. It can ask the owner to remove the property. It can put them on a new lease with a pad fee. If you forecast just 5 of those nearing expiration dates in that time frame, I think you're looking at another $500,000 to the city easily. But there's nothing in these projections that looks into that, looks at the hangar sort of maturity schedule and says, here's what we're going to do with these hangars when we have the right as a city to maximize.
So we did look at the Daniels hangars. They're all non-reversionary, right, Travis? So we just assumed the ground rent would escalate on that 3% schedule. Because the city won't actually own the hangars there. More than likely, they're just going to extend the ground lease.
So today we got a hangar listing from I guess Travis through the city. It'd be really nice if we could add another column on there that has an expiration date of the lease.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you have to have a maturity schedule. And I don't agree with what you just said. I mean, I was involved in negotiating those leases years ago, and it was going to generate more revenue to the city because the non-reversionary lease rates are much higher. And it gives the owners at the time sort of a warm and fuzzy that they actually own the building. But leases by definition expire. So the city doesn't have to automatically extend leases. The city can negotiate whatever's in the city's best interest, whether it wants to charge another upfront fee or change the lease rate or ask them to remove it. And that's an option. But I don't think you should just say, okay, well, we're just going to continue leasing them at these rates when you can generate a lot more revenue when you need it because you have all these projects coming in. I'm saying it wasn't modeled into these forecasts.
And something, again, I would ask Matt to put on the list would be just to look at the value of those assets.
Yeah, that's a good point. We can do that.
And again, it is an asset. It should be looked at. If we're trying to generate revenue, it's something we should look at. And I'm not meaning that as a negative against anybody who leases those or may want to do that, but I think that's an important one to make sure we understand. You know, it's interesting to me. I've sat on other private and public boards, and you know, in the HOA industry, this is a law. Title 57 requires an HOA every 5 years to do a reserve study. This is just a fancy reserve study.
Yeah.
And the reason you do that is so you don't get down nine years down the road and have this shortfall. And so I think this is a great idea, but you know, Nadeem is right. I believe we have to look at every single potential way of funding this. It's not just what's on that list. There are a lot of other ways. And you know, something I mentioned earlier, you know, the transfer fees on the project that I'm getting ready to construct are $180,000. They're not in this budget. So, right.
Yeah, which project is that?
That's the T-hanger project. I'm estimating 150 to 180,000 that will come in during the 2025 quarter year, and it's not in this budget.
Yeah, and so information like that's helpful for us. Like I said, the more feedback we can get on the assumptions that we're using to make this more accurate, the better.
Yeah.
I want to say one thing and then we'll get back. Nadeem, I know.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
this year. I know in the budget that we received that was in the packet originally from Robin had some fiscal year 25 projections that assumed that some of these recommendations were being put in place. And I've heard a couple of times tonight that we're going to have a shortfall next year. You know, we've got to act with urgency. We have to, I mean, these are some really, really big decisions that are being made here that are going to have some momentous impact to the users and to, you know, not only the based users, but the transient users of the airport. And we've got to get it at least a little closer to right? I mean, what you're talking about is, you know, almost half, well, probably what with the surplus that we generate is almost halfway to the capital, you know, capital side that we need for the ASCP. But anyway, I want to make sure that we don't just rush to do something because we've got a fiscal year starting and we've got to get it in place.
Yes, no, I agree. And I think maybe another good thing to add on there is review of the operating budget. Because there are the $600,000 operating expense side. Again, we just looked at what the budget that he was using for this fiscal year, and that's what we use as our baseline assumption, right? So if there's differences that we made some adjustments to based on feedback, but if there are differences in the operating budget that you want us to incorporate, we can do that.
And I spent, unfortunately, the better part of the last 2 days looking at airport minutes from other advisory board meetings and the 12 pure airports that you had to try to distill down stuff. And almost without fail, every one of them was actually reviewing and approving the budgets.
Yep.
And that's just something that historically we haven't done. Maybe it is something that we should look at doing. I think there's a lot of people that are, pretty smart and can look at things differently. So Nadeem, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
continue on.
No problem. So yeah, so I mean, just to add to what you just said, that once you start changing those variables, just the things, I just listed, and, I may be incorrect about those, but it's important to look at them and confirm what leases say. But I think just making those adjustments changes the forecast in the next 10 years from your forecast of negative $4.5 million. I think you told me you may have adjusted that. So I don't know what year, but that's the only number that I've seen to actually positive $3.5 million. I mean, that's what is that? That's close to an $8 million variation in just those assumptions. That's a big number to be off on. I mean, that's like what you're saying. We need to actually know with some amount of accuracy where we're going to be and what we actually need to do.
So from the assumptions that we have up here, are there any that, because I'd like to get to the agreement.
Well, we're not getting to that point
Yeah.
yet. We're asking the questions of the presentation, and we're going to start having the agreement, disagreement, idea phase.
Yeah.
So I think right now we're trying to understand the underlying data that was presented and making sure that it parses with what we know is the board, right?
Sure.
Because I guess we're out at the airport.
You asked,
Hold on.
I would say, you mentioned something earlier, two things, and you mentioned non-aeronautical activities, and you also mentioned all SASOs have to be paying money, paying a fee. Is there any non-aeronautical on the field that's operating, and are they paying the required fee, number one? And are there any SASOs operating on the field that are not paying the required SASO fee? And I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, Travis, you want to add to that?
Yes, there probably is some, and it depends what we define as flight schools and mechanics, things like that. So there's definitely some that we can look at. We just got to decide how picky you guys want to be or what you want to do.
My understanding is myself and Nadeem are probably the only SASOs.
You're the only
on
paying ones right now.
And again, I don't know how the FAA defines it, but does the FAA just define a gentleman who's a mechanic
Yes.
as a SASO? Should they be a SASO?
So it depends. If they have a spot and everybody's coming to them and they're running out of a place, then that would be. If it's just people asking a mechanic to work on theirs, then it wouldn't be.
Okay.
So my understanding is as soon as we get done with this, we're going to jump onto minimum standards and dig into those to make sure that we're getting all of those and that we define those the way we need to.
I would recommend putting that on the list just as a question. Again, because if all these things
So you're
are,
asking if there's undeclared SASOs on
yeah,
the field.
that's what I'm asking are there, yeah,
Is there revenue that's missing?
yeah, is there missing revenue?
We got holes. We're leaking. I mean, we know we have commercial hangars. Is there commercial activity occurring in those hangars?
Right. And how do you define that?
Oh, I
Yes,
mean, it's
there's
pretty well-
there's a lot of things you can go down, but we need to
But it's
define
pretty well
what that is.
defined in our minimum standards. And when it's not, you then you have to get a specialized, if you're generating revenue, I had to go.
It's an enforcement issue.
Well, I had to go through a process where there wasn't a specific minimum standard for what I did. So I went to the city council and they created basically an ad hoc minimum standard for what I was doing with the relevant SASO fees. Nadeem, when he does a Garmin upgrade, he's, doing SASO stuff there, right? We have commercial hangars. I assume people are performing commercial activities in a commercial hangar. Maybe they're not, but if they are, then we need to make sure that we're capturing that revenue. And whether that revenue is a SASO fee of 1% to 2% that you talk about, or whether it's a fixed fee, it's money that's coming in that the airport's not getting today.
Excuse me, can I interrupt? Is this a rat hole we really need to go down to? I kind of like to get an assessment of how much revenue are we really talking about. I've been listening to this conversation for a while, and I thought Nadeem's brought up some rather good points on what I would call major issues regarding the financial status of the airport. But I'm not a tenant, and I don't have an airplane there. So are we really talking about something that would generate revenue?
Well, we're also talking about making sure that we're not being, discriminatory, right? Economic non-discrimination is a very critical thing. So we have to make sure that we apply the rules evenly to all people. or persons on the airport or entities, I guess.
No, I agree with that, but is it a rat hole that we really need to go down to at this point?
This is probably the time when we get to go down it. I mean, it's, Matt, it's 6 o'clock. Yeah. Oh, did they? Okay, great.
I'm surprised you actually admitted that.
Sorry, we just had the person.
Yeah.
We just had the person speaking online say their name so we can.
Oh, that's Rocco.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Nadeem, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, I don't want to monopolize this, but I just want to
But
finish.
this is important
because-
stuff, right? I mean, this is the time for us to, and Rocco, this is somewhat of a public hearing, right? So this is really important that we go through this stuff, and I know it's laborious.
Worse. So with regards to the fuel flowage fees, we've had this discussion. I know I've talked to you and communicated with Matt, but just for the benefit of the board, we've been discussing this issue with the city since 2005. I have a memo from Mark Smedley, the city attorney back then in 2010. And the language in the lease says very specifically that the city can review the fuel flowage fees every 5 years. So the next window is 2025. But that increase can only reflect the regional trend. And everybody over all these years wanted that word to say average, not trend. And we've gone back and forth and we said, as much as you want it to be average, it's not, it's trend. And so you and I've had this discussion, and your answer to me was, we just find that too hard. Trying to figure out the trend is too hard, which I don't know if I agree with, but that doesn't change the language of the contract. So I'm really kind of baffled why we're still here talking about that. But I just thought it was important to put that on the record, because there's been an issue that's been documented, that's been talked about, unless it's only put there so it can be removed to justify something else. I don't know. But do you have something to say about that? Or
Yeah, thanks, Jack.
So Nadine, you mentioned earlier the contractual limitations that we have. This is one of them. Not only do we have to look at how we project that fee, but we can only increase that fee once every 5 years. The next window is January 2025. The next window after that is January 2030. So these are one of the big contractual issues that we need to bear in mind as we look at these rates and fees.
But it's just, sorry to interrupt you, but it's not, but do you understand, I don't want this to get a legal discussion, but it's not just a matter that you have a window to raise them, but you have to raise them within the language of the contract.
That was the first thing I said. That's exactly right.
Okay. So you have to document a trend. Meaning you'd have to look at the region and you have to show the region, once you agree to the region, has increased by 10% or 20% or whatever the number is. So it has nothing to do with averages.
Yeah, there's two parts. There's that part. The other part is every 5 years you have a window to reevaluate that fee.
So is it fair to say that this recommendation did not show a trend?
I think I want to be very careful that has the city made it, and Nadeem, with all due respect, has the city made a determination on what that language means in their mind, which is trend is, the data that we're looking at here versus what Nadeem is saying is trend?
I think Nadeem's right that what his lease says is, what the agreement says, it says, and it does say regional, and it needs to be done that way. The challenge is doing it that way because most best practices are averages. And so determining the region is, and to your point about it being hard, it can be done, but it's going to have to be calculated to be done. And then it has to be done for the January 25 period, consistent with his agreement. That's true.
But would you agree that you guys did an average, not a trend?
Well, what we did was a comparable study of those airports, but we didn't do a regional comparison. We didn't do a regional average, if you will. We did a study of what their fees were and came up with our own average.
Okay, you averaged the region.
Right.
But is it fair to say that it wasn't a trend analysis?
No, the challenge we have is going back to all those other airports and finding how they've done their rates or flowage fees to establish that regional tent.
Fair enough. But it's fair to say that it doesn't comply with that language.
Well, so back to the original part, right? Because I think I understand what you're saying, Nadeem, and I haven't read the settlement agreement or the lease, although it probably would behoove all of us to do that. There is a recommendation that'll come from this board that'll go to the city council, and legal counsel will then weigh in with the city council.
Correct.
And if we said, let's just say hypothetically, we said raise the fuel flowage fee to $2 a gallon, right? Legal counsel is going to step in and say, hey, I know the AAB said that, but you can only do this, and this is, what is legally permissible, and then it's.
So what Matt said
That's the
earlier,
second
this is
part of
one,
the.
step two is there's going to have to be some review, Nadeem, to make sure it's done legally. And it's going to have to be done in the way that's correct. These were ideas, these aren't recommendations. So we'll go back and present this information, but we're going to have to refine it to make sure it's consistent so that when you do make that recommendation, it's consistent with the settlement agreement.
Yeah, I don't think this board wants to get in a position
No.
of trying to determine, what the language is, what trend means, right? I mean,
I just want to, the caveat is it's harder. It's not consistent with what most best practices are in establishing fees, but it can be done.
if we have a legal obligation to do something a
Correct.
certain way, then the city's going to do that.
It's like the apron rent. It says 7 cents and it says it's really low, but the contract says that's what it is. You can't change that. So we're not gonna debate about that. It's what the agreement says.
Yeah, yeah. Fair enough. I just want to get on the record that the analysis took in an average, not a trend.
And I
That's the main
understand why
point.
you
That's the
want me
main
to be on
point.
the record saying that, so.
So they can argue about it later. The rental TNC issue, I'll just say that we don't believe that's reasonable, or practical, but I'll leave it to the
Which
experts.
issue is that, Nadeem?
The rental car TNC, 10% of revenue that you recommended. And I'll let the attorneys discuss that or dispute that. You made a statement about infrastructure fee. You said historically infrastructure fees have not been charged by airport GA users. Everywhere it's become common. I'm not going to sit here and lobby for more fees, but I would say that in an airport that's looking at a huge infrastructure project, it's not unreasonable to see infrastructure fees that are routed back to the city. So I think when you look at obligation to look at all potential revenue sources, I would say that's not an unreasonable one, especially for an airport like this.
Can I address that one real quick?
Yeah.
So when I looked at it, we didn't find any infrastructure fees at airports in the Pure set. But when we started looking at some of that you suggested, it was the FBO that was charging an infrastructure fee for their private investment, and it wasn't going back to the airport. So there may be some infrastructure fees. We just didn't find any examples
Fair enough.
That benefited the public entity.
that benefited the airport. Yeah,
But there could be,
there could be.
right? I mean, there could be an agreement between the FBO and the city. We collect infrastructure
Yep.
fee and we route it to the city to help with the project. I mean, that's possible.
Yeah.
I'm saying when you
Use that for the ramp.
or for the ramp, I mean, So, so I think you had and I'm almost done. I'm sorry, it's taking a little too long, but you had one other statement that says further, the collection of other fees is often associated with corresponding incremental expense, which in most cases is realized as an increased demand on salaried airport staff, end of quote. I just say that that's like a little hard to understand when you kind of have an obligation to look at all potential fees. And sure, I mean, again, not to put more work on Travis, but you do have an airport manager, an assistant airport manager, and there are ways to collect more fees that require their time. I don't think it's unreasonable to look at that and say, actually we can accomplish these things. And some of them may not require a lot of the airport's manager's time, like infrastructure fee or something else. So just as a conclusion, I think the $6 million you mentioned that's needed over the next 15 years, I don't find that supported by the evidence, for the reasons that I just mentioned. Again, the master plan projects, contributions for Heber in both, if you build both campuses, that's not yet known. It's broken down in the master plan into phase 1, years 1 through 5 of $408,000. Phase 2, years 6 through 10 of $1.2 million. And it's important to note that if the city decides to move forward with the North Campus, depending on which one is available, I mean, that may be optional, but the matching grant for that is just south of $1 million, $900,000. So depending on what you want to accomplish up there, maybe that's something that gets done or gets done in a cheaper, different way to achieve those goals. And also, like you said, the original forecast for North Campus, had and you have it down there, assumptions for purchasing, hangar row as well as our hangar, and for 1.5 and 5.4 for the hangar row. I don't know for the world to me where those came from, because certainly not in my contract is that I'm more than happy to take $1.5 million, but there's nothing in my contract requires the city to do that. Actually, the cost will be pretty much nil. And the same thing with hangar row. I mean, to sit here and discuss a $5.4 million thing, like, if we wanted to do that, or we want it to be nice, or we wanted to, raise the money, it is playing around with large numbers for reasons that, don't need to be done, that are not required, by contract. And I think we need to be able to understand those correctly and not play with them like it's, hey, look, if we just happen to find another $5.5 million, off we go. I think it needs to be zeroed in. And phase 3 in the master plan is $3 million. So there's, for my mind, from what I look at, I know there are a lot of documents. You have the master plan, you have your documents, but there's some discrepancies. And I've spent a lot of time digging through these things, and they're kind of all over the place. I mean, there are numbers you guys have that are different than the master plan in terms of cost assumptions. There are different dates and different numbers in there. I know there's a guessing game, but there are large, large variations in these things. And when we're trying to make it we're trying to phase it, which I think probably makes the most sense. I think it's important, it's incumbent on everybody to get those things down, get them understood, so we can actually justify raising the fees that we need to do that. Anyway, so my overall conclusion is I think this is a discussion, but I think it needs to be refined and updated to satisfy all our need to understand them. And at some point you get to so many variables and so many what ifs, like you threw this thing about landing fees. I mean, it's almost impossible to make a decision because it's a little bit like chaos theory. I pull this out and pull this in, put this in. Where does it all end up? I don't know. So anyway, long-winded. I'm sorry, but that's all.
Those are good comments. Yes.
So those hangars that are prime real estate on the commercial, on the apron.
Which hangar? I don't know the numbers in comparison to your main hangar. Where if I'm
So the hangars are in between the maintenance hangar and our FBO.
Okay.
So those all, my understanding from Travis, those all revert to the city in the next 2 to 3 years. I mean, they're city property.
Okay.
At that time. So I think the city then, I understand it's difficult because people have ideas about their ownership that are not consistent with their contracts. But reversion is reversion. It is the city's property. Same way 2 hangar row hangars are city property. The city ought to be renting those out right now because you own them. I mean, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I've looked at a lot of contracts. There's no dispute about that. But those prime hangars, you can turn around and do whatever you want to do with them. Selling them may be the best option if they're still in decent shape, and they're not going to be demolished. You can put a 20-year lease on it and sell one of those hangars for fair market value, and the bigger ones are certainly north of $500,000. I mean, that's $1.5 million in the next 3 years. That's a huge difference.
It's probably more than that because they
Probably
have
more.
off-airport access, correct?
Well, you think about it because they're the only hangars that, well, they're situated ideally for SASO requirements because they've got public and private side access. They're on the main ramp. They meet all the other requirements, parking, et cetera. So it's a very valuable asset. Again, it's very hard for me to sit here in this position and say that because I know people in those hangars and I know it's a very sensitive issue, but I have to say what's in the city's best interest with regards to raising money. And that's one that's right there in front of you. And it's not very hard to execute.
This group and the city council is going to have to apply because at some airports, not saying it would be years, but some folks that own their hangars think they want to continue owning them and owning them. And the airport has to deal through that reversionary policy. The FAA is not clear on it. The FAA will make recommendations on it relative to this discussion tonight about maximizing your assets, but there's no clear-cut FAA policies that says those buildings have to revert on the airport. So there's ways to deal with reversion based on whatever the climate is at that airport. But in this case, you're right when you're looking at your assets and the discussion you're having about maximizing your assets in the cash flow to address a moving target of a capital improvement plan that is based on a whole bunch of assumptions that were cooked into this thing for the years ahead. That's why I said we were in a box of how we were having to look at just raising fees in a pure environment, but based on the goals to meet the airport's budget requirements.
But Kurt, I appreciate what you said. You know a lot more about FAA's position. My understanding is the FAA position is they're not going to weigh in on a contract between so it's purely, in my opinion, a contractual issue. It's a legal issue. I mean, it's that simple. We all live and die by our contracts. When the contract says something, this thing expires, reverts to the city. I think then if you have to use legal help to enforce that, I don't know, but it doesn't seem to me like it's as ambiguous as people make it sound.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's a contractual issue. It's a philosophical issue as well to some people. And so, it's negotiating that contract after the fact. And so.
True.
The FAA is not going to chime in, and they're only going to chime in after the fact. The airport's inconsistent on how it managed reversibility, treating people differently in that regard. And that's why it's going to need to be a policy relative to how the airport wants to handle reversibility.
I'll open it up to the rest of the members of the board. Again, just questions, kind of as Nadeem did, asking about the presentation and the assumptions.
I would add to that list just the valuation of any airport asset, and what it's worth, when the expiration dates, the bottom one, hangar expiration dates, I would add, and valuation at the expiration term. And again, I realize those are sensitive subjects. I get it. But, if we're talking about having to raise $9 million.
Or five.
Or five, whatever. Well,
2, 3, 4, 9.
but that's, it's a number, right? And we have to look at everything. I would also put on that list, I would add in the expected transfer fees coming in from our project of roughly 150 to 180,000 into your 2025 projected budget, assuming we get a building permit. Yeah. Something else I was thinking about as an idea, there are different, I'm going to call them different styles of leases that are out there that have been drafted over the years. And I'm not talking about reversionary, non-reversionary. Some might be at a low fixed rate for a certain amount of years. Some might be at a higher rate. Is there some kind of an offer the city could make to say, okay, if you have your 10 years into your lease, if you want to now upgrade to the standardized lease we're using. Oh, sorry. Forget my idea. That was my idea. I'll come back to that.
I have a question.
I do want to point out in your budget, let me point this out for you. In the fiscal year 25 expenses, hang on a second, revenues, Fund 21, which is the airport operating fund. You'll notice in the fiscal year 2024, give me a second here.
In 2024, it looks like you've got 20,000 in transfer fees.
This is a question you asked me earlier today, Jeff. I'm trying to find the $300,000.
There was an interest payment of 300,000 interest income.
Yeah, that's right. I want to address that really quick. I'm trying to find it.
And there was also the question I asked you about the $300 in airport business SASO fees in 2023 versus the other windows around it are 20,008 and 21.2. That one didn't make sense. I think you mentioned, but that was an audited number.
I think that was just a typo.
I think it should be like 30,000.
Yeah, OK3 pays every year. They definitely paid that year, and they got mixed up with a farm lease or something like that.
Oh, okay.
We paid for the farm lease?
Chickens.
Chuckers.
I didn't even know what a checker was until today. How about that?
Like chicken is what they taste like.
Jeff, I'm trying to frantically find, this is important. I want to bring this up. Give me just a moment. This is important enough. There it is. If you look at revenue by source, Fund 21, interest income, you'll notice a fiscal year 24 projected of $300,000. That was a one-time allocation of interest earnings from the broader city's interest portfolio. The reason that was done is because the city is looking at purchasing a 10-acre parcel at the end of runway 22 that should close in August or July of this year. That money was put there in order to fund that acquisition, the city's portion of the acquisition, because there was insufficient revenues there. So that was a one-time input from outside the airport that may need to be paid back. So we need to calculate all offsets in addition to the inputs of the revenues.
That in theory, that would need to be a liability later, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was asking that question.
Good question.
While you're up there, Matt, can you give us a brief explanation for the interfund transfers and how those are set up? Are they like straight line, like activity-based cost accounting, or is it by actual activity that has occurred? You guys know
Oh.
what I'm talking about, like,
Yeah, I get it.
So I don't know if you have printed out in front of you the budget document that we sent you. Let me take you right to it. This is, I think what Nadeem's getting at is expenditures by expense type. And if you go down to the very bottom under transfers, and to be quite frank, Nadine, these aren't transfers per se. In fact, that language is a misnomer for here. These are direct and indirect costs to the airport. So for example, under it says transfers, but again, that's a misnomer. You've got their indirect salaries. So what that is for is to cover costs of my salary, HR salary, finance salary, accounts payable salary, accounts receivable salary for the airport. And so that's what that's for. The next one is for benefits. Again, it's the percent of benefits for the same staff members to provide those services to the airport. Nadine, what we do is annually we look at those allocations by looking at the past year, seeing what we've done, and then try to adjust those based upon past years and looking forward. And so you'll see, I don't know if I sent it to you, but this year, for example, there was an allocation for Robin Rains that was 30% last year. That's down to 20% based upon projections moving forward. So again, what we do is we identify those allocations citywide. Realize we have 26 different funds in the city. We allocate those citywide using a consistent allocation method, and the airport is just one of those 26 funds.
It's not actual cash transferred from the airport fund to the city. It's just an accounting entry, or is it actual cash just transferred out?
That would actually be a cash. That would be a budget and a cash impact on the airport fund.
So you
Yes.
actually pull that number out
Yes.
of the airport fund.
Yes.
To the
Back to the general fund that's providing that service. That's right.
Most of those people are 2 or 3%, 1 to 3%, other than Matt and Robin.
No, I'm just
Had Matt
referring
go
to
to the,
So like Trina, when Trina helps, we do finger transfers. Like she takes a lot of time looking stuff up, grammar requests, all sorts of garbage like that. And so we take 2% of whatever she makes comes from the airport. So just specific people in the city that actually do stuff for the airport on a regular basis, then they take that small percent.
I'm just looking at it at the absolute number. Just seemed like $115,000, maybe totally in line with what is needed, but it just seems like a large number for an airport that size for back end office support.
So let me give you some examples here. So city recorder, 2% of her salary and benefits goes to the airport. Payroll coordination is 3%. County technician, 3%. Treasurer's 1%. Finance director, 3%. HR managers, 5%. The city attorney's 1.5%. And so the only big one there, quite frankly, is the deputy recorder and mine. And over the past 2 years, it has been a lot of time that I spent in the airport. And so these are really geared to adjust based upon the employees we've got. We've got 4 employees. And if you look at the percent of what's being transferred, it really corresponds to the number of employees in that department.
And we used to have a full-time assistant. I have a hard time because we can't pay them that much, and they never stick around because we usually do students. So I found if I have 2 or 3 part-time on-call as needed, it's less than having one person that has benefits and retirement and all that stuff. So during the snow season, we usually bring on a third guy. During like the middle of summer when we need a lot of mowing, we'll bring on a third guy. And one of them's working 5 hours a week just doing gate stuff. One of them just comes in to do mowing. So, I mean, it's less than 150,000 for 4 of us. I don't know if you think that's unreasonable, but I don't.
Aaron, you said you had a question?
Yeah, I mean, the question I had was, there was one of these slides where it was, all these different ideas. If we did this idea, it lessens the landing fee by 40 cents, this idea by 20 cents, whatever. That makes me think that you did enough of the analysis to understand what the landing fee has to be, right? And we see that too, theoretically, right, with these different things. So my question is, was that built on historical known quantities of aircraft and size and whatnot, or was that built on what's changed with the additional visibility of vector systems? And if it was built on the historical, that seems like counterintuitive because the whole idea with the vector was that we were going to have visibility to stuff that was happening that we didn't know about and that we weren't tracking, right?
Yeah, so what we used for landing fees to calculate the landed weight was actual activity from vert tower data, ADSB responder, ADSB data from April of 2023 through March of 2024. So the most recent 12-month period that we had.
But that does not include vectors data.
Right. So, and theoretically, like you were mentioning about canceling things, but on approach and whatnot, that's the whole idea, is that we're supposed to get more accurate, right?
Vector should, yeah. I mean,
Vector uses,
more importantly, they come in when the FBO is closed, right? If Nadim wasn't open, they couldn't collect the landing fee if they didn't know about it, right? They came in, they dropped somebody off, they did, I mean, there
Nighttime
were ways
stuff.
to game
Yeah.
the system.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. So Vector uses vert tower data for their collection, is my understanding.
They also have,
Cameras, yeah.
they have an area, and if you fly through that area, it catches.
Oh, a geofence. Yeah.
They have geofences on each end. And
You can switch off your ADSB to avoid it, which is a problem at some airports that are collecting with vert tower, but who knows how much that's happening. So I feel pretty comfortable with.
We'll be operating without ADSB here, so it's not even bad. Okay, any other questions? And then maybe we can move into the next section. Maybe we should take, like, we've been going for 2.5 hours, maybe take 5 minutes, and everybody can use facilities, what they need to do, walk around for a second, and we can reconvene. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
Give the extra clarity when there's stuff.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Good. Oh, nice to meet you. Pleasure. Well, we are just waiting for a building permit. They're just clarifying. They had a meeting earlier today, and I'm just waiting for that to be, for our structure to be approved. It's funny, they keep using the word condo. They won't let us be a condo because the property parcels are, they're not individual. And so the way it's been created and what we then suggested is it's a co-op. Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with co-ops, but
I mean, I have a hangar in at Falcon Field down Phoenix, and we have like an HOA.
okay, so you can, a co-op is essentially, it's a legal term. It's like if you go to.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, everybody.
Can I
We'll,
call later this evening? Would that be easier?
We'll go ahead and reconvene. I had one more question for Matt, or Ryan maybe, or even city attorney, because Nadim brought up an interesting point earlier, and I'm not delving into what the language says about the fuel flowage fees, but those fuel flowage fees, is that the airport's fuel flowage fee, or is that the fuel flowage fee that's only attributable to Nadim's operations? So could the airport have a bifurcated fuel flowage fee? So say the North Campus was built, could that fuel flowage fee be what the airport sets for that versus what Nadim's fuel flowage fee, or okay, through, I won't, it's.
Not by the location on the airport.
Okay.
So I don't know how you could bifurcate like jet fuel on at one lower fee, because the flowage fee theoretically is paying for the O&M cost for the overall airport, right? So I don't know how you could bifurcate that out, but airports do create different flowage fees for different types of fuel.
Okay.
To keep it for like.
Okay, I just didn't know if that rate that he was talking about was the rate that he has, but what you're saying is it's a universal rate, unless there's another agreement with that's voluntary then, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, Ryan?
Yeah.
Does anybody have any other questions for Ryan or Kurt or Matt? I think now we get to go into the fun part, right? Which is what items are kind of a discussion of the report here. And so I guess I'm going to start by, I kind of want to pass around and this is one of the PDFs, Robin, that I sent to you. This is kind of a comparison of the 10 airports. If you could just pass this over to, maybe it's not 10, it's a couple more. And there's a couple extra here. You want one, Ryan?
I just want to grab me one.
So one of the things that as I'm looking at this that I think is really important is there is a price elasticity issue that we have, right? So if we were to go and increase the landing fees from where they are today to a higher amount, I think we all agree that there are going to be some transient operators that are going to choose not to come into Heber because of that. And so it's great if we increase the revenue or the price, but we, lose the volume out the funnel. And in my other life, I deal with, fast food restaurants, right? So we're always worried about raising prices, and inevitably you raise prices, you always lose consumers. And I don't think that that's any different for us here at the airport, just because we're in a different industry. I also thought it was important to take a look at what the peer group airports do, from a landing fee for base tenants, a landing fee in general, and a commercial fee. You diagrammed out the fuel flowage fees, and also the lease rates, but we didn't talk about some of these other things that are, potentially fairly large and impactful. So, what I found was that only McCall charged a landing fee for base tenants, and it was greater than 8,000 pounds, and it was at $1.10 per pound. And the landing fee applicability in general across all of the peer airports that we looked at, there were only 5 airports that had a landing fee that was applicable at all. Most of those, one was over 12,000, or 2 were over 12,500 pounds, which is the magic number at the FAA. For anything that's less than 12,500 pounds, you're considered a small airplane. Anything over that, you're not considered a small airplane. McCall had a landing fee only for aircraft that were over 8,000 pounds. And Driggs, which Ryan, you said was kind of the closest similarly situated airport to us, has a landing fee on aircraft that are over 9,000 pounds, and then it's $6 over that. Landing fees at Steamboat Springs, which is another kind of resort airport, were $4.28 per 1,000 pounds, and it was only applicable over 12,500 pounds. The other thing that I thought was interesting is we talked about the SASO fee here and the percentage. I believe that there are probably non-licensed SASOs operating at the airport. It is hard for the city to audit a percentage basis. And that's why when I looked at these airports and other airports, what I generally found was a static fee. And I actually thought Steamboat Springs had a great model, which was, it was $600 for a SASO fee on an annual basis if you were under $100,000 in revenue, and it was $1,200 if you were over $100,000 in revenue. And before we start talking about, small fees, what we're talking about here, if you have 10 SASOs operating that are paying $1,200, over the life of this project that we're talking about, that's $100,000, right? I mean, that's not an insignificant amount of revenue when we're trying to find, depending upon the numbers, $3, $5, $7, or $9 million. So you asked us to see where we were in comparison to some of these other airports. And I think you represented that we were on the low end of the fuel flowage fees, and on the high end, especially if you take Sedona out, we were the second highest on the lease expense, or the ground lease rate. But part of that is taking a look at the entire basket and making sure that the airport is usable for all GA traffic. I mean, again, full disclosure, right? We all have biases up here. I own and operate aircraft. The world's not going to end if I have to pay a based, landing fee, but I also contribute to the airport in a large degree through hangar rent, through, funding to UDOT and others. But it is interesting to look at what other airports are doing, because one of the things that is important is that we have operations at this airport. Because if we don't have operations at this airport, that's going to contribute to UDOT deciding or not deciding to make grants to us. So that's kind of my analysis on that. I'd like to add 2 items into the, I guess, to the idea bucket. Here, Matt, I'll give you I made a PowerPoint. I sent it to Robin. Do you see the revenue suggestions PowerPoint? Did you get that email? And he left.
While we're waiting, Jason, you bring an interesting point, price elasticity. And for the world of me, I don't know what the price elasticity is in Heber, whether it, landing fees or whether it's any other issues, hangar rents, at what point would somebody leave Heber? I don't know, but as a comparison, if you look at landing fees, Salt Lake is at 285 1,000 pounds. Provo is at $150. So we're already, this is for, I don't know what weight class, but most of our divert airplanes or other, they look at another option is going to be either Salt Lake or Provo, and we're already significantly higher than them. But I don't know at what point people decide not to come to Heber, but it's a valid question. I just simply don't know.
And part of, did you? Absolutely. And I'm a 91 operator, right? So it is, but I also know other 91 operators that don't come to Heber, for a variety of reasons, but the landing fee is one of them, right? So were you able to pull that up, Matt? Or okay, well then I've got a PowerPoint, and then maybe we can just make it part of the, yeah, you can just add it to the minutes. I gave you a copy, didn't I?
There's one extra here.
Take some and pass it.
Something to think about too, and it's obvious, but as we think about the price elasticity, there's other beneficial points of landing in Heber, right? I mean, to your point, the folks where it's being passed in the back of the plane, their time is worth money, and that money buys them time in the form of not having to transit up the canyon or down the canyon if they're going to Park City or something like that. So something to think.
So I've got two things that I guess I would talk about, and this is partly from my personal experience, and it goes into price elasticity. I tanker fuel in here. Last year I calculated at the FBO that I left from to come up to Heber. I bought 14,500 gallons of jet fuel that when I was coming to Heber. I would have bought that fuel. And so I was basically not purchasing fuel in Heber unless I needed to. And the second page in this sheet here shows kind of the average price of Jet A prices. So, I would make a decision to either stop in Ogden if I was coming back from the north. I'd stop in Evanston, either coming or going, and fill up. And so the airport's not getting the benefit of those few flowage fees from myself and probably other similarly situated based operators that are here. And I say this, you have a business and you're free to make your business decisions that you want to make. And I totally respect that. I own businesses and we all make business decisions. That's nothing against anybody here at the table. But I think there's an opportunity for the city to allow perhaps a co-op fuel tank or a co-op fuel farm that would be only open to base tenants here at the airport that are registered with the state of Utah. And they would have self-fueling capabilities, self-service fuel capabilities out of tanks. And, I believe that co-op could enter into a voluntary agreement with the city where it would pay a much higher fuel flowage fee, somewhere in the range of maybe 50 cents a gallon, to contribute to their fair share at the airport. We believe that, at least, a half dozen to a dozen guys that I know of, we'd be using over 150,000 gallons of Jet A year, which could contribute something like $75,000 to the airport's operating plan. You could secure it so, you could use, pins and video to make sure that it had to be the right aircraft with the right tail number, so you wouldn't let anybody kind of, use it that wasn't supposed to be using it. And the industry standard tanks, they're movable, so you could pick a spot today, and then if Travis needed that spot down the road, you could move those fuel tanks. All you really have to do is re-pour some asphalt and power. So I'd like that to at least be on the idea board. So I know that several of us, and again, I want to say this, I totally respect Nadim's business or OK3's business, and he has business decisions that he needs to make for his business, and we're not privy to those. But yes, I have approached OK3 in the past, and the discount on fuel that was there was not sufficient for it to make an economic motivation for me to do that. Just because of the fact that, I know what I can buy. I mean, fuel's not expensive to get up from Salt Lake. I think it's like, I can't remember the transport. It's like 4 or 5 cents, might be 6 cents a gallon. And it is what it is. I mean, well, and Nadeem, if you're open to those discussions, would certainly entertain those. But the goal here is twofold. One, people want to have access to lower priced fuel that they can use so that they tanker fuel, to other locations instead of tankering fuel to Heber. And then secondly, to increase the flowage fees so that the airport's able to, contribute to these capital programs that they have. So, yeah.
Isn't one of the considerations that you guys still have to do the environmental, say, every year on the second location, with the decision of the outcome of that, the potential for a self-serve location? Because to your point, if you can't build a second for environmental reasons, you could still establish some self-serve business model possibly here at the airport.
Hey, I can't hear the conversation at this end. I heard the chairman, but I can't hear the response.
It was just Kurt. You're okay.
Sorry, you're all right. The question is that given the fact that there's the study that you still need to do on the environmental for the second development and FBO, if that was not to take place for whatever reason the city chose not to do it, it would seem that you still have the opportunity, as you noted, to maybe look at a fuel co-op idea with a self-serve system somewhere on the airport.
So I think that this is we don't want a self-serve system that would be competitive to the FBO or FBOs or limited service FBOs on the field. This is strictly a co-op that would be for based aircraft that are here that pay the money to build the infrastructure. You might have to move it around based upon where on the field the airport wanted it to be, which is manageable. But it wouldn't be something that would be, it would not want to be competitive. So, when you talk about a self-serve system, I think about a public-facing self-serve system. So even regardless of whether a second FBO or a limited service FBO came in, this would have, I don't know if you'd want to be a second FBO coming in because you wouldn't have, those potential clients, but this would still be very relevant and viable.
I believe, and I'll confirm this, that a co-op at Heber Valley Airport would not be permissible due to existing contractual obligations of the airport. And I'll certainly have the city's airport legal look into that and provide an opinion to you.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know why as well. The second item on the idea board is, and Jeff kind of alluded to this earlier, and as did Nadeem, was to go take a look at all of the expiring leases that are occurring and offer them a new lease that has a new period of time, whatever the standard lease term is. I think it's 25 plus 5, as long as they agreed to the new rates and I guess the obligations of the current lease. So I know when I signed a new lease here recently, it had a price adjustment to market rate every 5 years. And so that would help to, bring a lot of that revenue that you might be predicting in the outlying years forward. And I tend to believe that a lot of these hangar lease owners on non-reversionary leases would be more than happy to sign a new lease as long as they had extended period of time and they would pay the market rate rent that we have today. Again, I don't know how many of those leases in Daniels or even other places are expiring, but I think even if somebody was 5 or 10 years into their lease, they might be very motivated to sign a new lease, and we could increase the hangar revenue that you're having to predict in the outlying years right now. With at the end of the day, the airport's going to renew those leases when the leases expire, because that's what they always do. And that's what airports always do. So I don't know, Ryan, do you have comments on that?
Just more questions, actually, because like I said, we can model anything in that you guys want to take a look at. Is the assumption that the existing leases are less than the 42 cents a square foot? Okay.
Yeah, I think there's some out there that are below that. And so the idea not to add on, maybe to add on what you're saying is if you've got a lease that's an outdated lease, create a motivation for them to update that lease with the current terms, current CPI adjustments.
Yeah.
And that way, all those old, I'm going to call them antiquated leases go away.
Yep. No, and I think what we probably do is we could look at the differential between what they're paying. I assume we can get that from Travis and the 42 cents and then just grow that at 3% annually. Because 5-year periodic adjustments we can't forecast. We're just going to assume the 3% annually is going to essentially pick that up.
Just to piggyback on that, I think you said just because that's what airports do, and that's what airports always do, just extend leases. We don't have to be an airport that does whatever other airport does. We started landing fees in Heber when there were no other airports in Utah that had landing fees, and for 8 years everybody said nobody else has landing fees. And I said, well, somebody's going to be first by definition, so might as well make it you. So I think you can look at that and actually be much more aggressive with your assets than just simply renewing leases at whatever the new lease rate is. You can negotiate for the city. Somebody can negotiate for the city substantial more revenue, whether that's upfront pad fee or whether taking possession of the hangars. So I don't think we just need to assume just because it's always been that way, it's in the best interest of Heber to keep doing it that way. When Heber needs to raise several $1 million, you can do it much more aggressively.
Well, I think the idea, again, to the price elasticity is you want people to take it. And to the extent that you can defray the capital costs that we have coming up front, I don't disagree that there's maybe many things that can be looked at in that. Perhaps you charge a pseudo transfer fee or something along those lines as well.
Yeah, in that case, just knowing the hangar shortage in the state, I think you got incredible pricing power in Heber. Ultimately, where are people going to go? I mean, I got people calling me all the time. They're desperate to put airplanes in hangars. Guys are running commercial operations, charter operations. There's no more space. So if somebody says, I'm going to leave Heber, I think that's a hollow threat because they don't really, unless they're going to go to Vernal or something, there's really not a lot of options, very limited options. And I think the city can play that hand in a way that's economically most beneficial to the city, not necessarily to the hangar owners, but to the city that's trying to raise money.
Within
I'm more prone to the idea of looking at the leasing issue than to looking at self-fueling. And I'll say this fairly bluntly, we have to maintain an impartial view as Airport Advisory Board. And my sense is that if we were to go for this fuel system that's being proposed, it may appear to be partial to members of the Airport Advisory Board, as opposed to looking at lease adjustments, which seem to be a rational way to look at things.
It would seem that they're two separate issues in a sense. One's a business model for the fuel side for self-fueling, not self-service fueling, but self-fueling, not to the public, but to a based aircraft. But the issue of reversion, the conversation tonight's kind of morphed from rates and fees, so to speak, but more of a policy discussion of maximizing your assets and giving lease terms and trying to find ways to increase your revenues to keep your rates and fees lower by maximizing your assets. And reversion's one way to do that. And there's not just one, there's multiple ways to skin that cat. You could sell the buildings, you could give extensions on the ground lease at improved rates. You could do a net present value for some forecasted period of time and have the person pay a fee and then continue to pay you ground rent. There's a variety of ways to do it, but the key to it is that you're consistent and that in the FAA's mind, they're not going to come in here and tell you that you're in trouble. They would come in here and tell you you're in trouble, though, if you're not maximizing your assets, because they're going to say that that revenue stream that you're allowing to go away isn't helping you keep your rates and fees in alignment.
Well, I think it is relevant to the rates and fees because you're talking about a fairly substantial increase in you're a doubling of landing fees, a tripling of fuel flowage fees. And that's predicated on the assumption that we need to raise X dollars. So part of this is looking at how you can do that without having to pull those large triggers.
Sure. And there's still some assumptions that will have to be made. I mean, there's more homework to be done on, let's say, the regionalization of flowage fees so that we're consistent with OK3's agreement. There's things we have to do to be in compliance with existing policies, but we're going to have to make more assumptions on revenues still. And one recommendation that might come from this group is it's been years since you've done a rates and fees analysis. It really should be in a review that's done every year when you're doing the airport budget to see where you need to adjust moving forward and make it part of the process. And then relative to, there's going to have to be some sort of evaluation or appraisal done on these buildings if you're going to sell them versus, or you're just going to continue to lease them.
And as a suggestion, when we worked with Steve Osett going over the negotiation on the T-Hanger project, what we did to incentivize that and to make it work better for the city is at the end of the first 40-year term, it has to be appraised by 2 independent appraisers, and then there's a 5% fee as a motivation for the city to renew that lease for the secondary term. And so those things could happen as well. The future value of that project in 40 years, I can't even guess what it is, but it could be, at that time, it could be $750,000 fee that comes in.
Well, and there's some other provisions you might consider too, is like, what's the life cycle, of that building, and just the owner or tenant make investments in it to keep it up, so it's up. And term is usually associated with an investment. And so the more investment that's made, the longer the term theoretically. And so if you're giving tenants the opportunity to give an extension and make investments in their building and pay you improved land rents, it seems it could be a win-win for the airport.
That's exactly what we did on this latest structure. That's why updating some of these old leases, I'm going to call them antiquated leases, to a new modern lease that has an incentive for the city to either take a non-reversionary and to say, yeah, we're going to allow, you could take your building with you, but if you want to leave your building there and stay, here's an amount that you could pay towards it. And then everybody resets and everybody's good again.
Right.
But you also have to have, and we're doing that right now, a reserve analysis on a building that hasn't even been built yet, so that as we calculate the monthly fees, those funds are sitting there. So in the 39th year, all the improvements have been done, all the maintenances have been done, and the set aside for an anticipated future value of that building is already sitting there ready to go. So everybody's paying into that, and they're able to step up and buy that building without coming out of pocket with big, large amounts. So I think we've already done a lot of that homework, and I'd be happy to share it with the airport because I think it's.
What you're really talking about is a leasing policy, a business strategy that should be one of the compliance documents at the airport. You got minimum standards, rules, and regulations. There should be a leasing policy that it establishes the terms for these types of ideas.
Yeah, and Steve,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Steve Osett did a great job of helping to draft that. We tried to really look forward and say, what would a good model be for this? We tried to design the very best structure we could. But in the end, if you look at you look at an airport and you look at the assets you have out there, we're really no different than Wadsworth's development there here on Main Street. Every square foot of that, the goal would be to lease it at a fair market rate. That, I think, helps the FAA realize we're utilizing it to the highest and best use. We're providing a service to those folks who use it. And it works. It's a good business model. So I would just
Excuse me for interrupting, but I did make a comment regarding the appropriateness of introducing a self-fueled farm, a fueling farm, as a potential for raising revenue. Are we going to address that, or are we just going to ignore it?
Well, I think these were ideas that were put on the ideas board here. And so a lot of those have to go through, legal review, right? So Matt, self-fueling is allowed under the FAA and can't be prohibited. It's just, and co-ops are gray areas. So talk to council and see if it's.
No, that's a great idea. And since I can't see what's getting put on the to review board, I appreciate that. But what I would like, since I'm on a Zoom call 3,000 miles away, for some acknowledgement from the chair that I have raised an issue.
Well,
as
we
a,
heard your.
As not a user or a tenant, but as somebody who's interested in how best to finance the future of the airport.
Absolutely. Your comment was received and was acknowledged by, I think, everybody in the room. There was heads nodding, Rocco.
Rocco, this is Matt Brower, and I apologize that you can't see all that's going on in the room, but we did capture your idea on our notepad. It says fuel co-op with a commitment to returning with more information about that idea. So thank you, and I apologize that you can't see all that's going on.
As well as updating
Thank you very
existing
much. I
hangar
appreciate
leases
it.
that are on there.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Absolutely.
so this is a great discussion, but I want to add more to the arena, if I may. So this discussion is including obviously rates and fees discussion. It's kind of gone into a budget discussion, very appropriate. But at some point, it's going to go into, in a more serious way, an asset management discussion. And what you need to be thinking about as you look to make a recommendation to City Council, it may be need to be accompanied by recommendations on asset management, right? Because if you're going to simply put a recommendation on certain fees without recommendations on how to properly asset manage, it's probably not going to make a lot of sense. And quite frankly, the council needs your political cover. It wasn't 6, 7, 8 years ago, Nadine, that you had a certain individual come in and advocate for the non-reversionary leases. And of course, he was able to sell it to the council. But if we are looking at an asset management plan that may not be popular with a lot of people at the airport, they need your support. They need a recommendation from you to accompany potentially any recommendation on the rates and fees analysis.
Can I piggyback on that? Because I was involved in that when that happened. I actually got fired off the airport board because I made recommendations that were favorable to the city, not to the stakeholders. So I think what you're mentioning is also what Kurt mentioned. What the city really needs is a leasing management plan. I mean, you have, I think you called it that, but if it's not those exact words, it's something similar. That's, I don't know what's budgeted in terms of professional services, but if you had somebody look at it impartially, not a stakeholder like us, because last time the airport board made a recommendation to city council, in all due respect, with regards to hangars, it transferred a tremendous amount of wealth from the city to those hangar owners. So I think all hangar owners need to recuse themselves from that discussion. And I think if you created a hangar leasing policy that's well understood that Travis can execute and go, this is, or Travis and whoever's working with him, this is the city's policy that has been looked at by professionals to maximize the revenue for the city in the future. And you know exactly what you're going to do with each one of those hangars when the lease is up, and you have a maturity schedule on the wall with a game plan that everybody can look at. Says this has been created by impartial, experts, professionals, and we're just executing what's in the city's best interest. Because if you start doing it ad hoc and people are lobbying you for this and that, you're going to end up in those situations where it's going to end up going the wrong way, and people that have a bias are going to make recommendations. So I think if you have a clear policy, it's going to maximize the revenue for the city going forward. So I agree with you, and I think if it's implemented.
We need that probably fairly soon.
I agree. Yeah, sooner.
Because we may be able to use that as a lever to generate some revenue.
Totally, and it also gets us a little bit out of the conflicted situation we're in. We all.
Because I can't vote, so.
You can run the meeting.
But I can't vote. Well, so I guess a couple of things that we've been asked to do here. We've been asked to take a look at some fees that were proposed. I think on the Aeroplex page, it was this, there's some proposals that are there. Add some ideas, put them into the, as Matt said, into the arena. Maybe it's good to kind of go down some of the list of what Aeroplex kind of proposed here, and we could talk about a couple of those and then jump off from there. Does that sound good? So I think the first item that I see here is the rental car T&C fee and the new fee of 10% of gross receipts. I can tell you that when I was researching, and some of the airports have to publish their operating budgets with the FAA, which is really nice because you could pull up, all of the specifics. And there were a number of airports, both that were in our peer set and also outside of our peer set, that did have this 10% of gross receipts. Truckee was one. I tend to look at Truckee as a model in some respects, just because it's similarly situated to us in a resort area with some larger airports around it. What's everybody's thoughts on the 10% of gross receipts on a rental car fee?
I mean, I'd look at it. Travis and I talked about this a while ago. there ought to be, in my mind, if we have a place where the rental cars are parking, you ought to have a fee, just like they would at Salt Lake. They charge them a fee to have those cars parked there. That's an easy one. They could be charging that right now. As far as charging a percentage of the rental, it seems like a reasonable number. I don't know how many other airports do that.
That's what
that I
Truckee
don't.
has. I believe it was Truckee that has 10%. It was a couple of them that actually were in our peer set, and then
We just, for perspective, we just worked with an airport that implemented what they call a NELA, a non-exclusive license agreement for a rental car company to be at the airport inside the FBO. And typically when a rental car company will pay the fee, 10%, let's call it, if they're getting something in return. They're either getting land to park their cars on or a wash rack or something that they're paying for that fee. It's not just a collection of revenue, because what typically happens is that rental car company is either dropping off cars in the FBO's parking lot or storing cars in the FBO's parking lot where that FBO is paying the rent for that land. And so it's a philosophical question of charging that fee to someone, and I don't know how the FBO here would feel, but if they have rental car services in their FBO and they're self-contained inside the airport's or the FBO's environment, paying that fee just to generate revenues, are we going to give them something in return or just charge them the fee? And I don't know, Nadeem, if you have any thoughts about that, but.
Quick question. I've seen the number of cars there parked, and Nadeem, tell me if I'm incorrect. We're talking about somewhere between 15 and 20. What are we talking about revenue stream from that?
You asking me that question?
Yeah.
I sort of stiff armed this issue in my commentary. I mean, basically, you're looking at charging our tenants 10% of revenue. I mean, let's not talk about it in the abstract. That's what you're talking about. This is not some airport where the rental car company is in a terminal that's managed by the airport. You're talking about charging our tenants, and I'll just say that's problematic on several levels. So I'll just leave it at that and let the lawyers deal with it when it becomes an issue.
Well,
how are we charging you? How are we charging your tenants? I would think that the rental car companies, unless your tenants are renting cars, I would think it's more transient traffic that's coming in that's renting vehicles.
No, I mean there's only one rental car company and they're tenants of ours.
Right, but they're charging the customer I mean it's a pass-through charge to the customer. I see it all the time when I go to
airports do charge them, but my point was that they're usually they're paying for something in return. If the FBO is self-containing those services on there, that's a conceptual decision. Should they be paying that fee? If they're parking 20 to 50 cars in a parking lot at the airport that's not related to the FBO and it's public land that's otherwise could be generating that revenue, that's a different discussion.
And maybe, so like, Ed, I'm just curious, the rental cars that are parked kind of behind, is that part of your leasehold interest?
No, it's not. That upper level parking area is city property. And there are multiple cars there that are, I mean, they're local guys that have parked cars there for 8 months. So it's used by a variety of users, to include sometimes a rental car company. But I agree with you. If the city were able to administer that as an airport parking, and you had a way of charging, as they do normal, that's workable. But as far as like, you don't have a contract with our tenants, so I don't know how you would execute that. I don't know how that would work.
What I was referring to, and forgive me if I didn't speak, I was looking specifically at those spaces. I drove past the other day and I counted, there were like 38 cars there. And all I was saying is, if those spaces are $100 a month, there's $3,800 a month. Right. And that was just the idea it's
$50,000 a year.
It was just, and granted, there may be a bad number, I don't know. But as I drove past it, I literally thought, if we're looking for ways to generate revenue at the airport, if a rental car company is parking cars or individuals want to leave a car there for a convenience factor, there's a revenue source. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody. It's a hard conversation because all of us in here know somebody who might leave a car there or has a hangar and so these are tough conversations to have. But if that space, again, let's go back to what Wadsworth does. They're charging Carl's Jr. for X amount per square foot and a certain amount of CAM. If we're going to maximize the revenue that the city needs to bring in from the airport to cover its bills, even the pennies make a difference. And
Yeah,
so
but how
again,
do
I'm
you,
not trying.
here's a question. How do you, what is the cost of controlling that? Of deciding who is a car that OK3 is parking there for a rental company and is somebody who just parking in that lot? What's, how do we generate that cost as part of our overall revenue stream?
I don't know. I don't park cars, but
You could number the spaces
and they could
and
have a
you
tag
have
hanging in the
a
window. I
tag.
mean, there's certain little silly things we could do. But again, these are just ideas. I'm just trying to get it. That board is completely blank so far. We don't have any agreements yet. I'm trying to give Matt something.
Can we put that on the idea about the city-owned property of parking vehicles and charging a fee?
And I'll just mention too, it's rental cars and TNCs, right? Travel network companies. So we're talking about Uber, Lyft. Turo is the really big one at general aviation airports. And generally you have agreements with those providers. There'll be a geofence so you can track when they're coming to the airport, leaving the airport.
Oh, again, I don't know. Mine was just parking stalls. That's what I was suggesting.
Yeah,
I love it because it's low hanging fruit. We don't have to spend any money other than maybe painting some stalls and printing some tags. That was, again, yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to attack Nadeem. I'm not trying to attack anybody. I'm just trying to look at it and say, how do we take, if we serve at the city's, will here to help, what's the low hanging fruit for, for generating any revenue we can? That's all I'm trying to come up with.
I mean, having seen various proposals over the years, some of them sort of conceptually make sense, but are practically impossible to implement. I mean, years ago, there was also a proposal to, charge a per entry fee to, limo services and that kind of thing. It kind of makes sense. They probably pay something similar in Salt Lake, but they have the infrastructure there to deal with it. How do you implement that when they come through our gate and they're coming in? So ideas sort of made sense, but you're going to turn Travis into, parking lot attendant, of all the things.
No, and I'm not trying to, if you have a subtenant, it hurts. Again, I don't know who it is and I don't care. But if you have a subtenant, that's your business model. But if those cars are parked out there, then maybe Hertz says, hey, you know what, we're going to pay the city $100 a stall to keep our cars there because we want to keep a bigger inventory there at OK3 for our clients to do. And that's all I'm saying. That's
I think
low-hanging
that's
fruit.
reasonable, but I would just say if that's the intention, then you've got to apply that equally to everybody else that uses a stall in that parking area.
Absolutely.
So then it becomes a tracking issue, becomes a billing issue, it becomes a bill paying issue. It means receivables issue and, enforcement issue. So yeah, I mean, I think conceptually to say, okay, it hurts, you got 4 stalls and this is the cost. And all the other stalls are taken or reserved, they're used on a daily basis or a monthly basis. And here's our fee structure. That makes sense, but now you're talking about the mechanics and the implementation that probably are a little more complicated than people think.
I think you're right, but maybe that's 10% of the number. So maybe it's $110 a month. I don't know. But again, I think it comes down to a function. When we talked earlier about the fees that get allocated to each city employee, another idea would be when you talk about the experts that are, whether it's Steve Oset or whether it's Ardura or any of these companies, Aeroplex. Let's say I have a question for Aeroplex. Maybe we set up an account with Aeroplex that says, okay, or with the city that said, like we do with the Planning Commission. I've written about $8,000 in fees and I have an account there. So if I go spend time with certain city employees, that doesn't come out of, let's call it the airport's budget. So there we could be allocating funds for those experts instead of plugging that into a budgetary number. It's just another idea.
No, we've actually implemented that idea. So you've probably established an escrow account. You've had to put money into it. That money is then leveraged to pay for the review by Ardura and others. And so that helps us prevent the airport from subsidizing these capital projects at the airport.
Yeah, it was just an idea. So again, if I'm spending time talking with an expert, it's not coming out of the city's budget.
The one thing I would like to just kind of follow up on, our minimum standards today anticipate that somebody may be a subtenant of the FBO and still subject to a SASO fee and other things or commercial activity fees that we have on the airports. So in fact, we encourage them in our minimum standards to try to procure space from the FBO prior to that. So whether we were charging a gross receipts fee, whether we decide not to, I think that's an important discussion. But, and frankly, I don't know what the kind of revenue that exists there. And to Kurt's point, maybe we have to provide something behind that other than the fact that, we're allowing them to operate in at the airport, and I guess our minimum standards today kind of contemplate the fact that they would be a subtenant of somebody else. I assume Go Rentals has, is there a tax for renting vehicles in Heber City today? Do we have that? Is that part of our tourism tax? I don't know that tax code.
No, we do for hotel rooms, transit room tax. There is a sales tax the city collects on those types of transactions. But when the idea is perhaps there's a private entrepreneur who would invest in infrastructure to track the parking, and we give them some percentage of it, and we take the rest. So maybe it's just a twist on the idea, and maybe the private sector fills that gap where we can.
So, we talked about the rental cars, the TNC fees, the vehicular parking. I mean, is there agreement? Maybe we can get something on the board. Is there agreement that we should charge for parking if we can find a way to do it effectively and efficiently on the city-owned property?
I disagree.
You disagree?
Yeah, I don't see it. I think the costs of enforcing it and trying to get the FBO to identify which cars are non-rental cars and others is minimal. And I've seen this game played in airports in Delaware when I ran them. And we're talking about not a great return on investment in terms of the administrative costs that you're going to do to try to track who's parked there, who's not parked there, who's part of the FBO, who's not part of the FBO.
Well, this is city-owned property, so it doesn't matter if you're part of the FBO or not. You would have
I
to
don't
have
care
a
if it's
permit.
part of the FBO or not. What I'm saying is trying to figure out who's parked there, who's not parked there, who's rental, who is OK3's tenant, and going through that in terms of what you're going to get back from it, at least maybe you know better. You've lived there in Heber longer than I have. Maybe there's a gold mine there. I don't see it.
Well, and not to disagree with you, Rocco, it's Jeff Peterson, but I just ran quick calculations, about $42,000 a year. And if it's a matter of the billing, I think that's an easy one. But if it's enforcement, if it's got a tag, they're required to back in and hang a tag from their mirror. If they're not there, then you have a tow company. Again, I'm not trying to, it's just an idea, you guys. It's
$42,000 over 10 years, that's $420,000. That's almost, depending upon which numbers you use, that's either 5% or 10% of the capital outlay that we need.
Yeah, and again, we're not gonna. If the idea is to find these small landing fees or there's some things we can touch. And again, if Nadeem has an agreement with a rental company within his organization, that's his baby, and I'm not trying to affect that. But again, if we have parking spaces there, and again, I'm not trying to argue with Rocco. I respect his opinion, of course, but that's just an idea.
Is there other?
Well, I was just going to say, back in the day, I owned large snowmobile tour companies. We dealt with Aspen, Steamboat, Deer Valley, and we worked it out. We just charged a flat percentage, and that gave us the right to their clients and exclusives in that area, and it seemed to work out really well, for us. But yeah, to try to track the rentals in and out, and how many you did that month or that day, and cause of, yeah, like you said, it's going to be hard to track all that. But if you get a certain rate, whatever the percentage you want it to be, and then that gives that rental company the right to rent out of there and, take the airport clientele and park where they want.
So, Rocco,
listen. Let me just say that I don't disagree with the concept of trying to find revenue sources, okay? What I disagree with, where I kind of draw the line is the purpose of this discussion, I thought, was to prioritize where we could maximize and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just to list all of the areas where we could find revenue sources. If in that case I was wrong, then I'll say, okay, I'm wrong. However, if I'm going to put finding revenue from 20 to 40 parking places adjacent to Echo 3 for parking spots as one of the areas we want to focus our attention on, then I'll say I'm going to put that way down on the list. Where I will put my feeling about this as at way high at the list is when we talked about looking at existing leases and where they expire and where we can perhaps get maximum revenue from that. And where I think we're losing the bubble on this is when we're not setting a priority listing. Where's the maximum? Where do we think we can prioritize our revenue, and where is the least? And all of these are good, but some do not, in my opinion, lend to a lot of discussion.
And Rocco, just as a thought, this is Jeff again. On the ideas board, we have 2 bullet points. One is update existing hangar leases. And then the other, I thought we were looking at the value of those hangars. Did that one not get put on there, Matt? It's over there. It's on the other sheet. We're on our second sheet now. And so, Rocco, I think those things are actually at the top of our list already. And so we just, we can't do anything on those until we learn more about them. But going back to the list that we're all looking at, the rental car, according to Nadeem, that's part of his leasehold interest, is his agreement. So that's something that's kind of up above our pay grade. We can't delve into what's within his contract. So that one may not be on the table. So we were just trying to find some consensus on some other ones.
I mean, we're
No, and
looking,
I
we're
understand that.
trying to
Thank
find
you.
quarters to add up the dollars.
May I make maybe a question or a suggestion? Through this discussion, it became apparent that there are the areas of revenue that weren't included in the budgeting and the forecast. We discussed specifically hangars and having a hangar leasing policy, and also looking at some of the other potential costs and refining those. Does it make sense to, and narrowing down what the actual contribution, the Heber City capital contribution requirements are, does it make sense to refine that picture so we have a better idea of what we're actually trying to raise before we start getting into, to prioritize the potential revenue sources?
If I may, I think absolutely that's the right thing. I mean, we're going to need some takeaway from tonight. And I think one of the takeaways is to go back and look at the pro forma and to insert into the pro forma certain assumptions for what the reversionary buildings could in certain scenarios generate in revenue and what that ultimately might do to the rates and fees. I think we have to do that, but it's going to be assumptions based on whatever known details we could get based on the buildings that we know are going to revert. And those are just going to have to be refined every year, I think, as you go forward with your rates and fee process. But I think your ultimate goal here is we're moving away from rates and fees and talking about a budget process and using other assets to help keep those costs in line, right?
But you can't set the rates and fees until we actually understand what we need to be generating for the airport, right? And so I think what the budget and Nadeem has brought up, a good number of items that I think before we can sit here and say, hey, we need to increase the landing fees from, or at least I'll speak from my perspective, even though I don't get to vote, I'd say before I could say we need to increase the landing fees from $4 to $8, I need to understand why we're going to do that and what we can offset that with in other opportunities that we haven't tapped, right? I mean, we saw Ryan kind of go down this list of all of these little things that we could do that make 20 cents of a difference here on landing fees, 70 cents of a difference here. It seems to me that what we're trying to do is come up with being able to generate a true P&L for the airport And, we're going to throw there's, 5 items on your list here that you've asked us to opine on today, as well as giving you some direction that I think you've probably taken away. And it's my hope that we'll reconvene in a not too distant future with a much more granular view on what we think we can do. Is
So
that a fair?
on the P&L, you have the revenue and the expense side of it. And I know Nadeem made some reference, suggestions relative to the cost of operating the airport, and that's a budget issue on the expense side of the airport. For the potential revenue sources, we've listed other airport fees here. I think Rocco even suggested we want to avoid trying to go down a rabbit hole of chasing fees that aren't necessarily going to generate the revenue. So let's start at the top number, and it might be these buildings and land rent opportunities that's going to do that, and make those assumptions to how we're going to increase the revenues to help the budget. But to your point about the landing fees have to be treated, and from my perspective, as a balanced budget. I mean, it's the item that's going to balance the budget if you need to. So those fees either stay the same, or they go down, or they go up as you need to balance the budget year to year.
Let me just,
Aye, aye.
so just to read the provisions that the city and OK3 agreed to with regards to landing fees. So I'll just read that into the record. For the term of the FBO lease, whether or not landing fees are collected by lessee, if the city proposes to increase landing fees by more than 3% year over year, the city council must determine in a regularly noticed meeting of the city council open to the public that such increase is A, reasonable and not unjustly discriminatory pursuant to FAA rules and policy. 2, reasonably necessary to achieve or maintain the airport's financial sustainability. At such public meeting, the city shall provide documentation indicating other options for raising revenue considered by the city and financial pro forma showing the proposed projects or operational needs to be funded with the increase in landing fees. So, I mean, it ties into the budget thing. To justify that, you actually have to understand the overall budget, and so we're talking about it a little bit in abstract, but that's why we come back to saying you got to have an accurate budget to justify this.
That's why $42,000 matters, right? I mean, I understand what Rocco's saying. It's in the weeds, right? But we know what we have to exhaust all of these options so that it is necessary for the airport to operate, right? So that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Nadeem, for confirming that, because it's 3%. It's a 3% cap on increasing the fees unless you can demonstrate those other needs. And that's why it's a balanced budgeter. We'd have to do these other things to maximize those other opportunities before we go to landing fees. We have to treat landing fees in some ways as a last resort.
We have to, I mean, it's not in some ways, it is in fact the last resort.
Well, and if we look at that list that was up there earlier, the 5 key items we're trying to look at, it sounds like rental car fees are off the table if it's in the contract. If it's a subtenant of his, that probably wouldn't work. It sounds like landing fees maybe.
Thank you. I mean, I'm sorry, but we spent about 2.5 hours talking about this. And when you start to get really down to the weeds, we're talking about leases.
I wouldn't say it's off the table because, in other words, I think Nadeem, and I'm not trying to get in his business, but he's subleasing the space to the rental car company, and he has the right to do so. Whether or not you can charge a fee for that, I guess, is kind of questionable. But that's not the only issue. You got a parking lot that people are parking in that maybe will generate some revenue.
2 different things, though, I think.
2 different things, and then you got Turo. You got a whole nother provider, and whether you wanted to do this for TNC, But we also have to look at what are the costs associated with managing these programs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm looking at, somebody talked about low-hanging fruit. Let's really focus on low-hanging fruit. I don't think the parking fees of the 20 to 40 cars there is really going to make a big difference in terms of the overall capital budget for the airport.
It's $420,000 over 10 years.
So I will say that currently landing fees, lease fees, and fuel flowage fees account for 92% of the airport revenue. Right. So this was not meant to be like the focus. This is the other airport fees, right? It's really, as I said, those 3 are the key to generating revenue.
So we're taking a look at fuel flowage fees. We know we have an opportunity in January of 2025 to increase the fuel flowage fees. There's some work to be done, both on a legal side and probably also on a study side by by you, Ryan, and Kurt to come up with what the regional mix is. And in any event, that can't go into effect until January 1st of 2025. We understand, at least from what I read in the report, Heber's already on the very right side of where hangar rents should be. Our lease rates are the next to highest in all of the peer set groups that we used, and we have long-term agreements on a majority of these lease rates. So even if we were to adopt a different lease rate, we couldn't really effectuate that against the majority of the leasehold interests that we have. So we have, so pursuant to the earlier idea that's on the board, finding out when they're expiring and if we can induce them to move to a higher rate and maybe be able to get some capital funds out of that at the same time, like Nadeem said, or some other type of monetary consideration is important. And then the landing fees are the last resort, right? But before we can trigger those landing fees, we've got to go. I mean, you've brought 5 items to us here. If we don't address those items, if I was Nadeem, I would say, hey, you didn't explore all the opportunities for revenue generation. You can't increase the revenue on the landing fees. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Basically, I mean, I kind of said that in different
Okay,
ways.
okay. Otherwise, right? So yeah, we could all say, hey, we're going to increase landing fees 3%, but that, according to what we've seen today, that doesn't get us where we need to go. But we don't know exactly where we need to go, and we're not accounting for. I mean, Jeff's got $150,000 next year in transfer fees. Yeah, I know. Assuming you get a stormwater retention system in place.
We'll see.
So Matt, I heard you say when you wrote an idea down on there, a fee for parking on the airport property if it could be done efficiently and profitably, right? And whether that means that you would explore that with a private entity or whether you'd figure out a way to do that from the city. Is that still something that you can research and bring back to us as a board?
Yes, we can certainly research that and see what options are out there. There are a lot of parking companies, there are a lot of downtowns that leverage parking companies to track and ticket and collect those fees. But for me, listening to this conversation, I think our time could best be spent looking at the lease policy over the next couple of weeks, seeing how we can maximize the leases off the hangars, B, C, and D, and perhaps the other hangars that are coming up, and see how that can truly close the delta that we're looking at. I think that's where we could best spend our time. That's where we could best focus our efforts and come back and kind of show you what that delta might be after we look at that very seriously.
I think it would also be interesting during that time to take a look at, as we've talked about on the SASO fees, right? To find out, who's actually operating commercially at the airport, perhaps without paying those fees, so we could figure out what the opportunities are that are there.
And just so you know, we are talking internally about starting an annual inspection program. Obviously, it's going to take some time to get through all the hangars. That would help us uncover some of the uses that are going on that aren't aeronautical or that are aeronautical but not paying their appropriate SASO fees. And so we're looking at making those internal changes as well.
One ask we would have as we look at this regionalization of the flowage fees is to really sit down and make sure we define how we do that so that we don't get sideways down the road, that we really define how we're going to do that, because there isn't really a standard. And my concern is that we're going to go down trying to search the peer airports, and they're not going to have the data to give us the data to establish a regional fee. So we need to kind of agree upon how we're going to do that and compare it to what the average is.
Again, I mean, it has been and continues to be a semantics discussion. I mean, we have memos written to the city that actually get into dictionary definitions of trend and average because it got that sticky. So, yeah, I mean, we're never.
Can I interrupt here just a second? Looking at where I'd like to see us look in the future is having some experience about self-fueling on airports versus FBOs. Is there any data that supports that self-fueling versus FBO contributes to reduced costs on the airport, or the obverse actually contributes to increased revenue to the airport? Because I heard the argument today that I think I heard the argument today, so I don't want to put words in people's mouths. I heard the argument today that if we had some lower fuel flow costs, we might increase the number of either resident aircraft or air operations here. If that's the case, is that true? And I'd like to see that looked at. And I don't know if that's possible, if that can be part of the
So
study.
Rocco, you said something there where you said fuel flow cost, right? I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, what I said was lower fuel costs, at least for me personally, and, a half dozen to a dozen other people that I know, would result in, roughly 150,000 gallons more of fuel being purchased at this airport instead of being tankered into the airport and purchased elsewhere. That's really not the fuel flowage fee. It's just,
No, I completely understand that. Is my question is, will that, if in fact that proposal were to be accepted, is that going to increase revenue to the airport? As
probably, I
simply
mean,
stated.
it would depend upon what the flowage fee was. The idea that I floated out there was a 50 cent per gallon flowage fee, which would generate on 150,000 gallons of fuel, $75,000. And plus you'd have to lease land and there's other things, but
No, and I understand all but is that a reasonable assumption that will happen? And I'd like whoever's doing the study to take a look at that and say, yeah, that kind of makes sense, or it doesn't.
fair enough. That's a legitimate ask.
Just to answer, Kurt, before you sat down, you asked a question. Yeah, we never sat down with the city. We weren't ever asked to come to agreement to what region is. That's not that difficult. I mean, we can look at it just in terms of the circumference or something. That's not very hard. The other part of it is during the 5-year period, and this is why I understand it's the problematic area for you guys, but you'd have to show the change over time, i.e. the trend. So let's say, Airport X started off at 3 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents a gallon and raise it during that time frame 5 cents. So that's a whatever, just 30% change. And you'd have to average all that out, and that would be the basis to justify that percentage increase. So we won't get stuck on the regional definition. That's not that hard.
Two of us agree upon what how we do that so that we're not violating anything in the.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and just knowing when the starting period is for that historical trend. I think the last time fuel flowage fees were adjusted, I believe, was 2012. And so are we looking at percentage change from 2012 to 2025?
No, you're looking at percentage change during that 5-year period. So if said, you can look at 25, it would be the trailing 5-year period and what the change was in the region percentage wise for that trailing 5-year period. The next 5-year period, you look at it and go, nothing's changed, or every one of these places doubled. And then that's the number you can work with.
So only for the last 5 years is the trend that we're looking at.
Correct. It's in 5-year blocks. We'll fight over that. No, I've never. The region will be easy.
A dartboard's always helpful.
When I have undercharged my customers in the past, and it's just come up because I haven't had a lease agreement, I've gone back for if it was 2 years or 10 years or 8 years, or I don't know why you would cap it at a 5-year if it's been 13
part of
years.
that's just, I want to avoid us going down, the legal loophole or legal rabbit hole, I should say. And I understand what you're saying, Nadeem. I haven't read the agreement, so, but that's probably agree on the region, and then you guys can figure out.
Yeah, and we did, that was part of the assumptions we used in the report as well, was a 20% increase every 5th year, right? But we're on 5 cents, we're talking about 1 cent every 5 years essentially. So it's not a huge increase in terms of what we modeled in the assumption.
Just to go to your comment, there are some agreements that say if the parties made an error, in the past, they can go back and, correct it or adjust for it. It's just not in our agreement.
So Matt, I think you kind of tried to, to kind of wrap some things up there, which I appreciate, but I'd like to ask if there's other items that our board members here would like to to address ideas to put on the board, things that could be, potential revenue generation, right? We need to exhaust all opportunities that we have before we start touching landing fees, other than 3%.
It sounds to me like there's total agreement on having a hangar asset management plan.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Absolutely.
So I mean, that's on the green board.
And Jeremy, could I ask one question? The South Campus, I know this was a question earlier that may or may not be suitable. So we're making the assumption right now that it's suitable within the budget, correct?
Correct.
If you were a betting man, is it a 75% chance that that South Campus will be developable? Or is it, we don't know yet? And in theory, if we don't know yet, could we pull that budget out until we know? I'm just asking.
Yeah. So your first question, if I were a betting man, do I think that it will be developable? I do think that it will be developable. We've got to work with Utah DEQ on a cap plan, which we're working through. But that's just an opinion. We don't have, we don't know that yet, but I think that it will be developable. Extracting that from, the capital budget and adjusting at that point, moving the improvements that would have gone to the South Campus, to the North Campus, that, yes, we could do that. And then I think that Aeroplex would probably need to adjust their model because there's some revenue recapture that would also be lost with those hangars not being put on the North
I guess,
Campus.
yeah, you got to look at the income and the asset.
Right, that's correct. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
I've got one that's actually brought up something I was just thinking about on revenue ideas, because I just had to get new electric service for my hangar and I had to pay an impact fee. So I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some legal obligations on the city for the South Campus if you were to elect to move this, or maybe even a North Campus, if you move to either campus regarding ramps and some of the construction that's there. But we have no such legal obligation to a new entrant that would come in to provide them something, ready to go. Why don't we look at charging, an impact fee for whichever development is, we're not legally obligated to kind of provide, that would offset the entire match fund that we need for that area, right? I mean, it's what, $15 million is kind of what the ramp is, plus there'd probably be other, other portions of that are there. Why are we, I believe that the cost creator should be the cost bearer. That's kind of, the way it always should be, right? Why aren't we saying, hey, that new area that's being developed, needs to pay whatever the city's match is going to be in some way, shape, or form?
I think you totally have the option to do that. That's when I talk about a public-private setup, that could be it. Take the North Campus as an example. Doesn't matter which one, but let's say the city's matching grant is $875,000, and the city doesn't think it's worthwhile for it to spend that money to develop whatever that is up there. But somebody else does think that, that's makes sense to them economically. Maybe they want to pony up the matching grant. I don't know. That gets into all kinds of negotiations and having policies for public-private deals. But there's no reason that, I've heard it from the FAA. They don't care where the dollars come from.
I wonder, I can, in my mind, understand why there are landing fees, especially as we move from a B2 to a C2 and implementation of that plan, especially if they're C2 aircraft or greater, right? Again, cost within the scopes of what we're allowed to do on a non-discriminatory basis and things like that. I understand why, because of your relocation, the city is obligated to help, contribute its portion of the funds to kind of restore you in a like capacity to what you have right now. But for the life of me, I can't figure out why we're going to, consider, in what some of these things were here, whether we're going to consider asking, the customers that are coming in and out of the current FBO to fund, with higher landing fees, a new FBO, why we're potentially looking, asking, tenants on the airport to fund a development that's there when the new FBO or campus should fund itself. I don't know. I mean, we could have impact. I mean, we have impact fees all over. I mean, Matt, is that an idea that we can put on the board?
I'm going to ask that Jeremy police my comments closely to make sure that I'm accurate when I say this. So
don't worry, this isn't being recorded. That's a joke. It is.
So Jeff and Jason, your developments are being charged impact fees by the city. It might be a water impact fee. It might be a power impact fee. It might be a sewer impact fee. It might be, there's a number of impact fees that you're being charged as a new development. And for those of you who may not know impact fees are, it's a fee assessed against new development to pay for the cost of new development infrastructure. So the question really is, can you charge a legal, under state code, a legal impact fee for the airport? And I don't believe it's permissible because the airport, I believe, would be seen as an enterprise operation and not essential services like water and sewer and roads and things of that nature.
Okay, so impact fee, let me retract my statement of calling it an impact fee. It could be a pad fee. It could be a pad fee, right? Because we've charged pad fees before it. And I guess the one difference that I would make, and it's Nadeem has the same thing with the new hangar that he's building, is, and Jeff and myself, we're building all of the infrastructure that's around there, right? We're not asking the city or the airport to establish a new $15 million apron for us, right? If we need to contact or to go to the taxiway, in Jeff's case, he's extending a taxiway, but we build to that. What we're talking about here is basically, if somebody wants to come into the North Campus, we could call it a fee. We'll use that term. A pad fee. I'm sure there's more elegant terms that are out there. Development fee, right, to offset the city's matching or the airport's matching contribution. And if that's the case, we know for at least one of these campuses, we should be able to zero out if that's something the city can get behind, that zeroes out that contribution that we need to worry about raising our fees for.
I think you're onto something, Jason, and correct me if I'm wrong. There's a difference between existing agreements and new agreements, right? So in our case, we have an existing agreement, or we're going to get condemned. We have to build new buildings, and we're going to be paying those impact fee. But somebody who's a new entrant, within the reasonable definition of non-discrimination, you could put out an RFP that has call it a development agreement, not a development fee, or some pay up front to play kind of thing, right?
Well, I've recently seen it defined as a privilege fee.
Okay, you can call it all kinds of stuff, but yeah, you're going to pay this amount of money.
At a very high-end airport, they call it a privilege fee, but he's right that you don't have to, you can start a new agreement with new terms as long as you're reasonable and not unjustly discriminatory, but you don't have to be charging the same rents. You can establish new rents and new terms even for like facilities.
Or development fee, or some other type of name fee.
Well, and Nadeem's idea about having FBOs have gone into developments and paid the matching grant in exchange for term, or they've even negotiated where they will get some sort of rent credit in exchange for making that commitment to put that cash out. That is normal. So those ideas are out there. And what you're really doing is you're taking private money to make the commitment that the city doesn't have to do and offsetting the potential for increasing the fees to establish that revenue stream.
And we've done it here successfully. We did it when the runway was and the ramp was redone in 2015. Typical ALP funding, there was a square part of the ramp that was not going to be
paid for. They weren't going to pay for it.
Right. And I said, okay, well, all the equipment is here. Why don't we make a deal where we pay for it? The city's going to get reimbursed in the future, and we just negotiated a lease extension. But the same thing can happen with any of one of these, right? And you go look. Well, the AWAS is not. It's not on the CIP till 25. We said, look, we'll pay for it now, and then when the city gets paid, you'll reimburse us.
Thank you for that, by the way.
Oh, sure. Yeah, well, but those things are common, and they're not very hard to do.
So does that make a difference in our projections yet again on what, I mean, if we can,
let's talk this through a little bit. So this is a novel idea. It's an interesting idea, but how elastic is a development fee on hangar development of the airport? If we're going to bank on closing that delta with development fees and we have large development fees, how effective are we really truly going to be at covering that gap? I don't know. That'd be some huge assumptions built into there.
So a couple of things I'd answer to that. We've heard Nadeem say he gets calls. I don't assume it's daily, but regularly looking for hangars. I see it on, a variety of, kind of airplane social media, sites that deal with Utah. And here's the beauty of it. If we don't get we don't find a developer or somebody that's willing to pay the fee, we don't do it.
You know what?
We don't do it.
Well, I think, I always thought in my mind that North Campus, I know why it was negotiated, but I always thought that when it comes down to money, it's going to zero focus the mind. What are you trying to really achieve up there at the end of the day? And there may be ways to satisfy, like GA, make everybody happy in the north end without that tremendous expense to the city or to developer. I think it's highly optional, and there are many ways to achieve that goal without spending $18 million unnecessarily and whatever percentage of its match.
So could I ask a question? I don't know the answer to, and I hope it's not a sensitive question. When you
So,
mentioned
so is the,
condemned,
so is the discussion here whether to put this in the box of a potential revenue source, which I don't know enough about it to say yay or nay.
Rocco, I think it would be in the box of not a future expense.
Yeah,
So
I think
meaning
Okay.
if you reduce the
Yeah,
city's.
because I'm trying to go
money.
back to the what which I thought was an excellent way of looking at that. Is this something we can look at as a potential revenue source? Is I guess and further study
decrease.
Both.
or
I mean,
decrease.
it's offsetting, right? I mean, you could
Offset,
probably
okay.
charge a development fee that's higher than a matching grant, but I think for purposes of making it easy for us,
Mhm.
you could just simply eliminate it as a cost that we have to fund. Is that, we'd
Sure,
remove
you
it.
may decide that you want mostly hangars up there because there's demand for it, and you just maybe need just a self-serve gas station. And that meets everybody's demands.
Well, and that's what I was just
And a
thinking.
small maintenance facility, maybe.
So you mentioned condemned with the airport or with the runway moving, are you're losing some apron space, right?
We will lose half of our ramp.
Okay, so is the idea just to replace that other half? Is there another place on the airport that the other half of your ramp space could be rebuilt, but we're not having to invest $9 million? Meaning if you keep the existing hangars or some of the hangars that are reversionary, those could be repurposed to look at somehow coming up with a third development model that doesn't move you to the north or to the south, kind of keeps you where you are with your new building, but that would minimize that overall cash expenditure.
Yeah, I haven't seen, because the future taxiway will cut halfway through the ramp. So the ramp becomes largely unusable. There'll be enough space in front of the big hangar and the future hangar. So I've not seen anything planned out that would accommodate an FBO in that area. So it's always been either or. It's either going to be south or it's going to be north, depending on what they find out.
But is it more of a square footage calculation? So in theory, and silly number, you're losing 50,000 square feet of square footage that's just ramp. Is it a matter of replacing that ramp in a convenient other spot?
Yeah, we're losing at least 10 acres. I mean, it's going to be cut in half, but the ramp's going to be unusable. So
It may not be usable for some aircraft because, you may be able to go put square footage somewhere, but it's just square footage. It's not usable square footage. It's like having a big basement that's a big room.
So it's like the size of aircraft you need something bigger.
Correct.
So sorry to ask a redundant question. I'm just trying to understand from a development perspective, is there another alternative that we haven't looked at?
We've looked at all kinds of ways, and maybe Jeremy can answer that, but I never saw anything other than.
Lost all its hair.
I was going to say, when we looked at it, even though, like, say it was cut in half, the utility is essentially completely damaged.
Okay.
And so that's how we treated it when we looked at the South Campus, like that restores the utility. And that was just from an operational and traffic flow perspective.
Sure.
That's how we looked at it.
I mean, it seemed like it would work better. I'm sure the question was asked. I just didn't know the answer. So thank you.
So Rocco, to your earlier question, I think it's either an offsetting entry for revenue or it's a decreased cost. But I think, that's 6 to 1, half dozen to the other. It does decrease ultimately the amount of money that we need to generate over the next 10 years from our rates and fees, probably
Okay.
substantially, right? It'd be nice to know what projects actually are directly tied to that, because we know that we have to build one of the campuses, right? I mean, for sure. That's right. So we have to build one of them, but understanding what the second campus, whether that's north or south, and I know there's some differences between them on costs, but I suspect that they all have some other ancillary costs, and I can't find my sheet here that had them all laid out. But is that something that we could get some action on, Matt, is kind of understanding what the decrease in our long-term funds that we need. I mean, that decreases our AIC or ACIP substantially.
What we might want to do is do a inventory of the buildings that are reverting and the potential, and make some assumptions to what we can do with those buildings. But it might be a variety of assumptions. It could be leasing them, extending the leases.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about having a fee to deal with one of the campuses that's
For a development fee or some sort of access fee, whatever you're referring to.
Call it. I
And
prefer
what the
not to
number
call it a
might
privilege
be.
fee, but something along those lines, right? A development fee of some sort. Because that's probably close to a quarter of the cost.
So I'm looking at, and Jeremy, you can correct me, this is your guys' Appendix C, the cost estimates for the North Campus. The two largest items are the hangar acquisition and FBO building acquisition, 5.3 and 1.5 million. I mean, once you eliminate those, your base numbers come down to like $4.4 million. I mean, there are a bunch of items there, but basically it looks like minimal ramp, maybe 4 acres of ramp space to potentially accommodate a light GAFBO, tie downs, fence removal, airport gate, et cetera. But that project could potentially be less than half of what the forecast or budgeted cost is. And that makes the fee required for somebody that wants to pay part of it to develop whatever it is they want to develop up there.
Yeah, I mean,
substantially less.
Looking at what was in the report here, it was roughly $9.5 million in 2024 hard costs, which escalate out to $16.2 million in 2031, right? So it's a big number. I mean,
It goes
half
back
as
to,
expensive as the runway.
it literally goes back to understanding what the numbers are that we're dealing with, which I think Nadeem brought up earlier in the discussion. And I'm not criticizing the analysis done, because I think they did it based on the best information they had available on the ACIP. But if you do a hard look in that and you start to question some of those assumptions, the numbers change. And then the requirement to generate income changed significantly.
No, and I mean, we had to start somewhere. And so we had to.
Again, that's not a criticism. It
No.
is a function of the discussion that has come out of tonight.
So let me ask anybody down here have any comments that they want to make? Bill? So perhaps there's a bit of work to be done. And maybe we should try to, Matt, as you said, try to endeavor to get some of this, at least the hangar lease and asset management plan done within the next couple of weeks, and maybe maybe some different scenarios on the ACIP needs and the airport budget that we could take a look at, and then we could reconvene either in person or virtually, because I think there's two things that are important. The first one that was mentioned earlier today, which is um, the longer we wait on doing something, the more expensive it gets, and the more impactful it has to be. And the second thing that I'd like to say, and I think this is really important, Aaron, for you, is you're on the city council. Ultimately, when you get a recommendation from this body, is that we don't know a lot of the data that we're looking at here. So when I read this, I see a lot of maybes and projections, and not a lot of real hard calculations on exactly what's going to occur. And so, if we do something that's more than incremental, but not, crazy in the first year. And then we're able to look at that again in a year and pick up, maybe some of the lost opportunities if we need it, or do some other things. I think that's smart for this board and for the airport, because we don't know what we don't know. And we have to be very careful that we don't do things that are going to decrease the revenue and the operations at the airport. Not only because we want the FBO to be healthy and to have customers that are coming in there, but because ultimately, if we raise prices and we lose, the total revenue that's coming in, it's defeatist. And so I think, if I'll use the example of, if we had to make $500,000 a year to be able to make, whatever our projections are that we have, and we made $400,000 in the first year, well, we can figure that out. We can, over the next 10 years, you can make up that $100,000 that you missed. But if you project that you're going to try to raise, $500,000 or $600,000, and traffic drops off, people don't buy fuel, people don't come in here, and instead you make $300,000 and they don't come back, well, now we're in a really bad situation.
Can I piggyback on that real quick? I always thought that it would make sense to look at it in sort of 5-year projections when you have some clarity on those 5 years. Like you and I talked about it a little bit today. What's actually on the approved CIP for 5 years? It's hard to get that answer sometimes. Like you and I went back and forth on this. Like, when do we actually know what is real and we're going to be, and phase it in a way like you have a game plan for the next 5 years, then you have the backup game plan once you have some clarity the next 5 to 10 years, and you can execute certain things if they're going to happen. There are a lot of unknowns. I mean, we don't know for another year maybe whether the South Campus is going to be developed. Is it possible to get that accurate, like, CIP for the next 5 that we actually know what's real, or are there things that are still pending that are unknown? Because that makes a huge difference what you have to do, like, immediately.
So we do CIP updates for the FAA and the state every year, and we'll send in a request, and then they will take that request along with the other 40 something airports in the state, along with the other however many airports in the region, and then they look to balance that, and that's a sausage making factory that I don't see into. But then they will release the draft CIP back out, and so there's always a column that's what's been requested, and then we get a column back from them that's allocated. And from the FAA's perspective, the first 2 years of the CIP that's allocated, they tell us that we should plan on that. And then the next 3 years out, so a 5-year overall, that's what they're planning on. But those outer 3 years can move around a little bit, and it's totally driven by their big funding picture. So I can tell you what's allocated through the next 5 years. And with a relative degree of certainty, I could tell you what's happening in the next 2 years. And so that is available. And actually, I could provide a printout to everybody to see that, rather than.
What are we looking at, like,
Yep.
the next 2 years?
Yep, no problem. So we've got land acquisition, environmental assessment, pavement preservation, and AWAS replacement in the next 2. That's a lot, is from the FAA's perspective, to be doing 4 different projects in the next 2 years. And what is unusual about Heber is, so the next 2 years, as far as the FAA is concerned, we're currently in 2024. At the end of this month, we will start 2025. So the next two, when I say the next 2 years, I mean 2025 and 2026. In Heber's case, and this is unusual, this is an outlier, they have allocated through 2033. Usually they allocate 5 years. So they've allocated about 8 years for Heber. That's unusual. But again, I'll provide you this information. You can see everything that's allocated and the amounts. But I would just caution you that the first 2 years are pretty solid. The next 3 years are fluid. And then I really wouldn't put much weight into the years beyond that.
Is it fair to say that in the next 2 years, the city's matching grants requirement are approximately $300,000? Is that the alligator closest to the canoe?
Say that last part again, I'm sorry.
Alligator closest to the canoe. Is that like the most immediate thing to pay attention to?
Yeah, let me go do some math and I could come back up with the allocated amount, match wise.
Thanks. In the land acquisition of $5 million, that's a relatively new add to that. Is that, I mean, I don't remember seeing that in years past, right? And I understand we have to take advantage of opportunities to protect the RPZ, right? But
that's correct.
But that's part of what's driving a little bit of this extingency is that's going to happen almost immediately.
That's correct. So once we had an approved ALP and an approved master plan on record, one of the things that the FAA worked with Travis on is land acquisition, even for the existing approaches. And that's what's prompted the new, because we have land in the approaches that's for sale currently. But without an approved ALP or approved master plan, the FAA is not willing to support the airport in any of that. But as soon as they did get an approved master plan, then Travis was able to engage them in a conversation. We've got land that we know that we need that'll improve existing approaches. And so that's where that's why that's come up since the master plan's been approved. So
generally like properties to the south, like off of runway 22.
At the intersection.
May I ask real quick, what is the pavement preservation for about $1 million in 2025?
So in 2025, what is allocated? So that's what was requested, what you just read.
Okay.
What is allocated for 2025? I might have to borrow your glasses, Nadeem. Is 496,000. So that is going to be crack seal, seal coat, and restripe of the facility. Okay. We did it back in 2020. No, 2015 was the rehab. We did a pavement maintenance in 2020, about every 4 years, and so that's what that is.
That's for the main. That's for the ramp, basically.
It'll be runway, taxiway, apron.
So the other question that Nadeem and I were talking about is this just the federal funds, or is this federal and state?
No, this is federal. Just federal. Yeah. So 496, and then you can do the math. Basically 10%.
Got it. So we'll get state funding for half of that, basically, effectively half of our.
Yeah, 4.685% state, 4.685% local.
Just one of the, I don't want to digress too far, but it is an issue because you and I talked about it, Travis. By Alpha 5 and Alpha 6, that taxiway is collapsing. What's their rationale to not want to fund some kind of a fix? I mean, if the upgrade is not going to happen for 10 years plus, and this thing collapses in 3 years, I mean, are they really going to shut down that taxi lane for 7 years?
Yes. Yes. And the rationale is that it's a 20-year life cycle on any investment that they put into those pavements, and they're not going to get it.
That's going to make it kind of interesting.
Yeah, we think there's problems now. Well, we'll talk about that offline.
Which goes back to what I was saying, like, we want to get stuff going, because if they're just going to shut that down,
it would cause you to back taxi to the next connector.
Yeah, I mean, it's workable. It's just not
ideal.
Right.
So one thing, and Matt, maybe you have some color on this. If by all accounts, we're going to get an Olympics in Utah. Is there going to be money that's going to be available to the airport for that? Because I seem to recall that they invested in that before.
I can tell you that there will be money for the bypass for sure due to the Olympics, but I could not tell you with great confidence if there'd be any for the airport.
They should be announcing it first week of July.
July 24th will be the official announcement.
It's a good day to announce it.
So if somebody showed up and said, I'll pay Heber City $3 million or whatever to, accelerate this thing and do the upgrade, it would be totally acceptable, right? If some interested party for whatever reason just said, hey, look, I don't want you guys to sweat this. We want this thing upgraded before the Olympics. We'll pony up, a bunch of money to make it happen.
Sold.
I know a couple guys in town.
I'll have the documents prepared.
I know. It's not, but thanks,
I will
Kurt.
say, I heard him say a person, not his person. So
That was Nadeem speaking, just to clarify.
There's some big movers and shakers that come into this town, as you know.
There are
some people that would be a drop in the bucket. I'm just saying hypothetically, if some billionaire showed up and said, hey, this is my, help you make it happen for whatever reason. There's no limitations to that.
No, not that I'm aware of. There is an outside chance that UDOT, with the FAA's help, could advance some monies for the airport due to the Olympics. That's an outside shot. But right now, I'm not a betting man, but I wouldn't take that bet right now, but that could change. Understand there's two things that are really going to have amazing impacts upon this valley. The first is the bypass. And the second is that ski resort, the Mayflower ski resort, is going to have significant impacts on this valley. And how that plays out at the airport, I'm not sure.
I'm sure they're very interested.
Yeah, but is that something should enter into the airport advisory board's assessment of where we should go with fees for now? I mean, frankly, I think it's an interesting discussion, but it is something we should walk away from this meeting tonight.
So Rocco, my thought on that, it doesn't change, I think, anything that we do here, other than, in my mind, it reinforces my idea of trying to go somewhat judiciously instead of trying to, go crazy. And then we are reevaluating it every year, because if there is something there, we'll probably know about it. We won't find out about it in 2032, right? We'll find out about it beforehand. But I don't think it's anything that you can bank on.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Perfect.
I just want to answer the question about the math on match for the next 2 years. 600,000.
Over 2 years. So
Yeah, that's correct.
What's the math on that, really? I mean, there was $2 million worth of projects? Is that?
No, the math is there's about 12 and a half.
Okay, $12.5 million?
Correct.
The next 2 years? So there's $5 million in land.
They allocated 11 million in land acquisition. We requested 5.
Just because.
Oh, I see. I'm looking at, you requested 5 and allocated 11 million.
That's correct.
So does that mean that we have to go spend it?
No, I will interpret what I think it means. I think it means that there's more land to be, there's some land that's going to be acquired immediately to improve the existing approaches. We're going to be doing an environmental assessment on the rest of or on the entire project. After that assessment is done, there's more land and easements that would have to be acquired. And my interpretation of that 11 million is that's the earmark to be able to do that. But they can't do it until there's an environmental determination. I could be wrong on that because I've never seen them double my request before. It's unusual.
Oh, that's my son.
Right. So, we know that there has to be land acquired and easements acquired as part of the ARC upgrade, much more than just the acres that we're getting ready to pick up. So that's the earmark for that land acquisition, kit and caboodle is the way I read that. But that will not happen. To answer your question about, does that mean we have to spend it right now? It will not precede the determination of the environmental studies. So we're currently scoping those environmental studies right now. They generally take a year to 2 years. Yeah.
That's a large number. I mean, that's shockingly large number to acquire. It seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, but if to acquire land and ease,
Especially when there's only $3.8 million allocated in our budget for land acquisition.
Yeah, well, the land acquisition at that time, the 3.8 was based off of the most recent acquisition at that time, which I believe was the Maverick property, the price per acre. It's changed.
so I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but the 11 million, when does the city's matching grant kick in? When you actually made a deal and you're acquiring the money and you're drawing on it to close on a deal, and then you have to come up with a
That's
matching.
correct.
So
And what I'm saying is
incremental, depending on when you've done.
yeah, and I'm saying that we wouldn't be needing to match any of that until after the environmental studies are concluded.
Does any of the land that we'd be looking at acquiring have the potential to allow us to expand hangar development or through the fence type?
No, it's just the minimum required for safety, for the safety areas. You could do chuckers. What's that? Yeah, for the RPZ. Sure, I'm not saying it's, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, now just a question, and then, but it also seems like we've got a fairly intensive capital requirements when we don't have reserves that are established, right? And so we're trying to, do all these, things immediately when, if we're looking at the cost of land and we're buying the land, I mean, maybe that's when we should look at what kind of, longer term financing vehicle we could use to help spread that or amortize that over time. I mean, we weren't prepared,
right,
obviously, for an $11 million, capital project that we had to do in the next 2 years, right? You didn't request that. We weren't prepared for that. The airport's not prepared.
Yeah, to reiterate, two things that are unusual is having the requested amount doubled in allocation. It's unusual. And then having 8 years of allocation as opposed to 5. That's unusual. It's a first for me.
Does that tell you that they want to move faster than originally?
It tells me that they're very committed to getting the upgrade done.
They really want to help Heber get it beyond where it's at.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. I just think that, yeah, again, maybe that's on the ideas. Did we have other ways to look at, funding this? Maybe, we know that once in 10 years, once we're done, we're generating all this revenue that we're not going to have this degree of projects that are there. Maybe we generate it for a couple more years and that helps pay down some debt that we had or some other things that are there that,
And that's probably something that they could potentially work into the model, maybe a step down or something. Because yeah, it's going to be very intense. And then, I mean, hopefully it's very unintense after that.
I mean, you could, again, there's opportunities to keep it, at a rational and reasonable level for longer that allow you to get the funds today.
I'll just comment on, when we first looked at this, we looked at doing a short-term kind of projection or short-term timeline for just the first 5 years. The challenge with that is the first 5 years are actually the easiest 5 years. And so you're starting with $0. If you just look at what you need to cover for the next 5 years, then you're starting at $0 again 5 years later. You can do a rolling 5-year projection as well. The last 5 years are the really capital intensive part.
You misunderstand me. I say, we look at doing some type of a bonding instrument or something along those lines. And, we know that we're going to have obligations on revenue from the airport. Instead of needing it for 10 years, we're going to need it for 15 or 20, which allows us to adopt less drastic, I was going to say draconian, but drastic is the word I'm looking for, measures to be able to make that work because we can spread it out over a longer period of time. It would be, I don't know what our options are, but it's certainly.
And I'm not sure that bonding is even an option, right? We were just looking at what would it take to, and that's one of the assumptions I guess you should state, right? Is our assumption was that you've got to generate the revenue from the airport in advance to spending it. Yeah.
One issue to think about on the bonding is you would probably issue a revenue bond of some sort. You'd have to pledge a revenue to it. Not knowing what the markets would do, so you'd probably have to backstop it with a pledge of sales tax. And whether the city be willing to do that for the airport, I don't know. Whether the city has capacity on the sales tax, we have other debt already leveraged against it, I don't know. We'd have to look at those things.
So kind of what I'm hearing is, as we kind of wind down, is look back at the financial assumptions, look at which ones make more sense than others, and I'm not here to comment on that. Although I think the lease subject is where I'd focus my attention on. And then what I just heard is how do we affect that financial outcome? Is that what I just heard?
I think it was taking a look at other options for the immediate needs that we have over a longer term revenue stream. And Matt, I don't know public finance. I did not take that class in law school. But I'm sure Zions or somebody here could give us some feedback.
I think it's a brilliant idea. Where you're trying to shave off the peak matching needs and just have a steady stream of debt. I get it. I think it's brilliant. I don't know if the airport's revenue would be pledged solely to this. I think they'd require a backstop, and that backstop would be the sales tax. And again, it goes back to a policy issue with the city council support using a general government revenue for the airport. I don't know.
But ultimately, and I'm just asking this question because it's been my stance all along that the airport has to be self-sufficient. But the airport always has the city as a backstop, and the FAA is going to look to the city as a backstop regardless because it's a city-owned or sponsored facility.
I will tell you that right now the policy of the existing city council is that the airport is to be self-sustaining without any general government support.
I think we should address that because completely self-sustaining is one thing, but what it brings to the community is another. So, I'm not here to decide where that self-sustaining level is, but having looked at that at various airports in New Jersey and Delaware, there's a point at which an airport brings significant economic value to the community as opposed to being an economic anchor to the community.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with what you're saying, Rocco. I think we want to be careful to step into those kind of discussions. We're an advisory board to the city council, and those are kind of the political decisions that they have to make. Although I think the amount of money that we're talking about here is not, is not huge on a scale of what the city deals with, and there is revenue that's there at the airport with the ability to effectuate that revenue to guarantee any type of bonds. But if you recall from the airport master plan, there was a very strong part of that master plan presentation. It detailed the economic benefits that the airport provided to Heber and to the greater Heber Valley, and it was significant. But it's always been our pledge to be self-sufficient. But sometimes you have to explore all the options so that you don't create a situation where the airport does things that are not in its best long-term interests, and then ultimately, could threaten that self-sufficiency, right? And if you adopt fees and rates,
your description of the delicate balance, where the Airport Advisory Board needs to be on that is frankly right on. But at some point, we do have to make a statement. Doesn't have to be strong, but we should acknowledge the fact that the airport contributes to the community. And when we do, there are expenses associated with that. And what I heard tonight over the last several hours is an attempt to identify the correct balance between how much should be invested or spent on that versus what the community can afford. But we need to be very careful and not to, as an airport, in my opinion, personal opinion, as an airport advisory board, to fall back from that and say, hey, we think what needs to be done is in the best interest of the community.
Yeah, I make one more comment on this. I don't mean to beat it to death. You know, the city considers what projects to leverage its bonding capacity for. Right now, we have a $50 million water and sewer replacement project on the west side of town to replace water and sewer lines at the end of the life cycle. And so if the city council is asked to make a judgment between supporting the airport or providing water and sewer lines to the west side of town, where do you think that vote's going to go?
No, I totally understand, Matt, and thank you. You know, we've been at this for a long time. I'd ask if there's any closing statements, but I think we've identified a lot of things that need to be done and made a lot of progress here. And I thank everybody for their patience and for their diligence and work. So, anything else, Nadeem? Aaron, welcome to your first airport advisory trial by fire, huh?
I hear they're not normally this long.
No, they aren't. The next one might be long as well, but we made a lot of progress today. Jeff?
I don't think I have anything else.
Good. Bill?
Overloaded.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure we don't leave here without understanding what our marching orders are. And I'm going to rephrase what I think they are. And if I'm wrong, I trust that you'll correct me. So we are going to try to meet again in a couple of weeks. And what staff is going to bring back is analysis of how a lease a policy or an asset policy, I'm not sure you want to call it, might be able to generate additional revenues to decrease the delta that we're trying to cover. I think that's the first priority we're going to look at. And I think the other priority is looking at this development fee, to see how it might be leveraged to offset some of the cost. Did I get that right in terms of the priorities?
I think those are absolutely the two top priorities that will have the most impact on our decisions here. With the third caveat being, we really want the budget to kind of be, I guess, re-looked at, you know, with a variety of the items, just development fees, and then I assume in the hangar lease asset management plan, you're dealing with the reversionary leases. So,
exactly.
So we just need to know really what we need in the way of money, and you know, let's really dial that in.
Okay, so we'll look to set another meeting, probably within 30 days or less. We don't want to lose any momentum, and we'll get back to you.
Hopefully before the 15th of July would be great, right? We can.
I got to huddle up, find out what the demands are on my staff and see if they've got the time to get back, but absolutely want to get back as soon as we can.
And Aaron, maybe, you know, we'd love to have you join us.
We'll see.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? All those in favor? We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Hey, Nadeem, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Nadeem.
Just a second. Hey, Nadeem. I want to talk to him for just a second.
Thank you. Sorry to have you here in such a long.
No worries. I think I met you before you came to talk about this, right?
Wait, yeah, I thought we met you then. Yeah, that project, and again, I recommend, well, I spent probably $20,000 with the state draft in that. And that along with the transfer.
You have a fantastic night. Although we got some studying and getting ourselves somewhere, I mean, kind of much to where they've come up with their.
If it's close.
Oh, yeah, well, I already mentioned it to Matt, so he and I were already trying to work on.
Yeah. Still a lot unanswered, when I say questions, I think I'm.
Advisory board, I just had to remember who I went with, because I think there's an opportunity to, I'll give you this teaser. I think there's an opportunity to understand more fully what things are good financial decisions that we can't do as we previously agreed not to. I think we should understand that in a way that we learn from, don't